All right, I'd like to call the meeting of Program and Personnel to order. At this time, I'd like us to stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is communication, which is public comment. So we invite public comment at this time. There was a sign-up sheet. People have signed in, but you don't have to sign in. So if you do want to comment, once those who have signed in have spoken, then we'll just call you up. The first one is Robin Cleek. And just a reminder, I'm sorry, public comment is 3 minutes. Many of you know that already, but it's just a reminder. So when the signal goes off for 3 minutes, I'll ask you to wrap up your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to apologize ahead of time that I have to dip out as soon as I speak. I don't want to be rude.
Hold on 1 second. We haven't started yet. We can't hear that mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes?
It could be a little hotter.
we'll take care of it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
A little bit of an echo?
Okay.
Nope. He's controlling it. Yeah, that should work.
Sure.
Got it now. Go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good? Yes? Okay. I will do my best. I'm Robin Cleek, and while my 9 years on Hawthorne's board influences my point of view, I want to make it clear that I'm only speaking with my parent and taxpayer hat on tonight. Nothing I say is to be construed as being on behalf of the Hawthorne board. In an extremely short span of time, we're facing implementation of the APA, EOS, heterogeneous classrooms, equidistant grading, adjusting sectioning to comply with the 70-30 rule, going into collective bargaining, exploring multiple pathways and dual enrollment opportunities, hiring a new principal at LHS, followed by one at VHHS the next year, all in addition to the usual ebb and flow of changes from year to year as new students enter as freshmen and others move on. I'm not here to debate the merits of any of these initiatives. One concern is the sheer volume of change, especially with the short span of time between planning and implementation. It became clear at the March 18th meeting that there is no current plan. At best, there's a plan to plan. Teachers are teaching and then go on break for the summer, and in several cases, the assistant soups in charge of creating the plans are MIA. Many of us aren't feeling confident that any hastily created plan at this point will be adequate. The other major concern is the glaring lack of a robust MTSS, the crucial component to making sure these initiatives are successful. Test retakes and online or peer tutoring does not make for an adequate MTSS plan. The very people you purport to help through these initiatives are the ones you'll hurt most by implementing them without having MTSS in place. I'm fortunate to be able to afford a tutor when my kids struggle or nobody is staffing the ARC during their free periods, but many can't say the same. And there's no release valve for students who find themselves in over their heads with honors or AP classes. To paraphrase Ben Franklin, a failure to plan is a plan to fail. Moving on, the board often isn't asking several questions that need to be asked for the public's understanding, even if not for your own. And when questions are asked, you're permitting them to go unanswered. Who works for whom? While board members are told by IASB to remain in the balcony, we are also reminded that we are to ask informed questions to help the district communicate a salient message to the public. We aren't to come to a meeting with a fixed mindset, and we are to hold our superintendent accountable for all those things occurring on the dance floor. There are real teachers, staff, and students on that dance floor being impacted by your decisions every single day. Your union is pleading for you to listen for their sake and the students' sake. Their message, along with the communications audit indicating most of them feel the district is moving in the wrong direction, should speak volumes. In conclusion, I'd ask you to press pause on most of these initiatives. Without MTSS in place first, nothing else should move forward unless legally required. Please start asking the tough questions and requiring answers. That is not you joining the dance floor. That is you doing your job. Please trust but verify. That should become your MO. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Mary Jane?
Can you guys hear this? Okay. Hi, my name is Mary Jane Wang. I'm a parent of 3 recent Vernon Hills graduates. I believe every single one of you has the best interests and the best intentions to provide a wonderful education for our students. But I'm here now to ask that you listen not to my feedback, but to the feedback you've been getting from the teachers. They have been trying to express valid questions and concerns for over a year now regarding the lack of substantive, detailed plans to support the needs of students and teachers as the many changes are implemented. It has been suggested by some that only a minority of teachers share those concerns. Is there like a weird echo?
There is. Let's try again.
Okay. It is, however, having watched the 5 teacher union reports, still sounds like there's an echo. No? Okay. Delivered to the board since February 2023, it is impossible for anyone to believe that to be true. The teachers union does not speak on behalf of only a minority of their members. In July, the staff communications audit revealed that staff expressed some concerns about whether the district truly values their opinions when making decisions. And there was a perception that sometimes their input is sanitized or more favorably presented to the superintendent or the board. While they acknowledge that they and their peers are often invited to serve on committees or provide formal or informal input to the district leaders, they also expressed some dismay that the committee recommendations were sometimes disregarded without explanation. This may explain why they've taken the unprecedented step of addressing the board directly regarding their feedback. Please allow me to quote directly from those teacher union reports that have been delivered to you over the previous 14 months, as I feel they bear repeating. Quote, in the time span of 1 year, we are being asked to rewrite and align curriculum, grading, and assessment procedures. There are attendance policy changes, APA law mandates, the EOS program, co-teaching restructuring, and heterogeneous classes on the horizon. Quote, teachers are reporting that they are feeling overwhelmed and underprepared for the mass undertaking of all these initiatives at once. Quote, our teachers are concerned about what resources and supports will be available to our students and teachers as we make these big changes. What sort of extra help will we have for our struggling students? Will students have the ability to move down if they feel the challenge is too much without compromising optimums which are designed for effective instruction? Quote, the
That's 3
district
minutes.
has placed an impossible task on the teachers. We fear that without narrowing our focus, slowing down the district initiative timelines, and strategizing in a productive way, even the best initiatives will fall flat. And finally, quote, tonight we ask you, the board, to question the administration as they overload our teachers with district initiatives in an unreasonable time span, end quote.
Please wrap it up. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, you're at your 3 minutes.
Can I just add one last sentence?
Please briefly.
If you did not listen to the teachers when they stood before you to express their concerns in February or in October or in November or this past March, I am respectfully asking that you, the board members, please do so tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Landgraf.
If I have to hold the mic, I might sing. Just feel like a concert. Okay, I spoke at the last meeting, and I'm happy to say that the school district has improved its communication to the parents of the incoming freshmen. So many have at least been made aware of the sweeping changes that are taking place next year. I will say I am disappointed in our school board and the lack of response to my email I sent and other emails that others in the community have sent, and we have not heard a response back from the board. We ask you to represent us, and not communicating with members of the community is unacceptable. I will say that the communications that we receive from the district have yet to provide a substantial plan that lays out exactly how our district will implement each of the changes. Working on this plan should not be taking place now, but this plan should already be complete and thoroughly laid out. Emails just stated what the change will be and that there will be some teacher training, but the training to me seems too late in the summer when teachers are not contracted to work, or in the fall when you're actually planning on having these trainings, and the programs are supposed to already be in place. I lost my spot. I have never seen in the corporate world training take place after the rollout of a massive change. When implementing this many changes in 1 year, a thorough plan should be presented to the community, the board, and most importantly, the teachers. The plan should include the details on how you're implementing these changes, not only now, but in the years to come, as well as verification measures on each of the changes taking place. It's not only beneficial for not only for the striving learner, but also for the learners at grade level and above grade level to ensure that we are not slowing down a single student. Measuring the outcomes of the students when they are even 1 year past these changes could be too late and cause the students to fall behind in every learning level. There also needs to be a plan to press stop if things are not working. How will one measure what is failing when so many things are changing at once? How will you know what to stop when you don't know what is failing? This brings me to my next point, and it's back to the teachers. They're the most important asset to our schools. They have been raising alarms that these changes are too much and will cause them stress. We must, as a community, recognize that the teachers who are trained in education with multiple degrees are concerned about the drastic changes that will occur for our students. As a daughter of teacher, a friend of teachers, and a parent of children, I have never met a teacher who is not dedicated to their students with their whole heart. If they are raising alarms through the union, why is our superintendent and our board not listening? Why is our board not questioning what is happening? I have one more comment to make in regards to the last meeting when it was implied that parents were getting misinformation off the internet and social media. I want to stress to you that if you think the information in the community is really is not true, please know that the sources of information all have come from past board meetings, past committee meetings, and requests for information. This misinformation is your information.
We're at 3 minutes.
Okay, sorry. We're a community asking for these sweeping changes to stop or pause until they can be individually rolled out with a true plan in place to measure and gauge the successes and failures.
Marnie Navarro.
Good evening. My name is Marnie Navarro. I am a District 70 and District 128 graduate and mother of a gifted District 70 fifth grader. I, along with many other parents, taxpayers, and teachers, spoke to you at the last board meeting on March 18th, expressing our deep concerns about the direction this administration under Superintendent Herman is taking our district. Our community's heartfelt pleas were completely disregarded, and the 5 of 7 board members in attendance on March 18th unanimously voted to RIF 9.7 FTEs, notwithstanding that under questioning, it became clear that this administration, 2 years into planning, had no plan with regard to how the impending 4 new initiatives would be implemented and supported a mere 6 weeks before the end of the school year. But I'm not here to talk about that tonight. I'm going to talk about how a historically high-performing high school has been hijacked by Superintendent Herman and now her hand-picked hires, and is completely impervious to input from the expertise of our most valuable resource, our teachers, who are here in force tonight, and God bless you and thank you, our parents, students, taxpayers, and community. Over the past 3 years, Superintendent Herman has added 4 additional district-level, 6-figure administration positions at significant cost to taxpayers. These hires have proven to be an incredibly poor use of resources. Even with the addition of these costly administrative positions, District 128 is hemorrhaging our hard-earned taxpayer dollars on expensive outside consultants. A prime example is now former Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, Dr. Yesenia Sanchez. Dr. Sanchez was hired by Superintendent Herman against the recommendation of the interview panel. She came from North Chicago. She had no high school experience, and yet she was tagged with overseeing teaching and learning at District 128. Fears were soon confirmed when it became clear that Dr. Sanchez did not have an understanding of our district's strengths and needs. Mind you, she is the architect and lead of 2 of the 4 impending converging initiatives: the district's grading and assessment initiative, which is a complete mess, and the APA initiative. I've since issued a flood of FOIAs to District 128 and have learned that Dr. Sanchez was placed on fully paid administrative leave effective November 3rd, 2023. District 128 executed a separation agreement with her dated February 12th, whereunder we are paying her full salary and benefits through the end of this academic school year, to the tune of $211,000 in exchange for her dropping her EEOC discrimination claim against us.
3
And
minutes.
now, another administrator, Herman's hand-picked hire, Dr. Ellis Bowen, who is apparently leading MTSS. Please turn that off. I note she's not here tonight. She's also MIA. Bottom line, Dr. Herman is, as we speak, picking our new principal. Next year, we'll pick Vernon Hills
Please wrap up your
principal.
comments.
I am wrapping it up. And costing our taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money. The math ain't mathing, folks. The emperor has no clothes. Ms. Hessel and Superintendent Herman have dismissed us, even when confronted with District's 128's own public records. Therefore, I'm only speaking to the rest of this board. Board, contrary to what Ms. Hessel claims,
Please wrap
you
up.
do have the ability to question, evaluate, and terminate Ms. Herman, and you should. Most importantly, this is not your money. This is our money, and it's being mismanaged egregiously.
Mr. Arnold.
This is the last one. Parents and taxpayers, these are our students, our schools, our property values. 5 of these 7 board seats are up for election in the spring. We must take back this board and save our schools. Join us.
Okay, Ann Landgraf.
Good evening. Oh, this is loud. My name is Ann Landgraf. I used to be on the board for 10 years, starting in 1999. I was at the time where we came from one high school, Libertyville High School, which was an excellent school, and we developed a district with 2 excellent high schools, and that's all because of all the people sitting right here in cooperation with the administration. I think we had very good cooperation, and that led to us being an excellent district. I think we still are an excellent district. And what I want to say, I'm talking, I don't have a prepared statement, but I want to say, I keep on hearing that we should slow down. And I think if you're on the board, if you have children in the district, are going to have children in the district, think about the children. Think about our students. We are planning to put all these things on these ninth graders. They're going to be in a new school, new teachers, new programs, and we're going to throw all this stuff at them. Why? We have successful programs. Let's go slower and see how we can implement some of these programs at a slower pace. And I've read the information you had published about why you want to offer heterogeneous classes, that you want to give harder classes, more challenges to kids. Well, for those striving students, why don't we? Let's see what they can do. And if they can be successful, then we can move them up. But why just throw them into an honors program or into a college prep if they're not ready? And when do you think the kids are going to have the time to do all the things they do in high school and find the help that they're going to need in this new school with these new people? You got to think of the kids here, people. That's what you're here for. So please consider that. Think about the kids. Let's think about their mental health. There's so many things thrown at them, especially as they go into high school. And I think about all the kids in my family that are going to be coming through this, and I want to keep their mental health sane. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, there aren't any more on this sheet, but if anybody would like to come up and speak, please do so at this time. You're
Do you want us to mention our name or what?
It would be nice.
It does sound like an echo up here. Okay, Socrates Vela, Vernon Hills. Is that all you need or you want something else?
No, nothing else.
Okay, so my thing is about surveys. Just as Mrs. Landgraf said, think of the health of the children. So the surveys are not all that popular with kids. I talked to my son, he's like, what are you doing at the board meeting, asking about these surveys. When we take these surveys, we just ignore them. Well, to me, it's the money, right? Each survey that is issued by the school has a dollar amount behind. So that leads me into this thing that's been bugging me. In December, there was an emergency meeting. As you've heard, I've spoken about this in previous meetings. $91,000 sounds like pennies compared to the budget, but it's a survey that I would encourage and remind the board that there was a clause that you can terminate that. This company's in Missouri, and the survey is about to ask us, the taxpayers, if we want a referendum in November. Based on what's going on here and what I've seen the past few months, I don't think you're gonna get your referendum. So please retract that money back. Board members, get that money back here. It's $91,000, it's a start. End the surveys or do minimal surveys. I don't know where all these surveys are coming from. It seems like they've lined up as when maybe a Superintendent Herman showed up, but I don't have any facts on that, so it's not fair to say that. But there's 91,000, and at that meeting in December, Carmichael, you asked the guy about survey fatigue. You knew it, and you also were asking him what do you say to the community? And it's about the money. It's one survey. There's other surveys. The Panorama, $9,000 a year. That's all money that can be used. Look at this gymnasium. I mean, it has a lot of history, but it could use a fresh coat of paint. And so this is money that I would like to see come back here. Board members, please start flexing some of your muscles. It's nice to have two brains, Lisa Hessel and Superintendent Herman, but it'd be nice if we can get, rein these surveys in and stop spending some of this money. And maybe we can keep some teachers too. I have two children. One graduated, she's doing very well. My junior, he's doing very well. It's because of you guys. Thank you. You teachers are the ones that my son loves going to school. He has AP honors, so My children are second generation from, my parents came here from another country. We're doing fine. We didn't need to push them. It's us parents that hold our children's hands to move them into where they need to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There is one other on the sign-up sheet. That's Wes Pullen.
Wondering what mic she's coming to. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Wes Poland. I'm a D128 community member and a parent of an incoming ninth grader at Vernon Hills High School this fall. Our teachers are the district's most important asset. When it comes to student success, they're the most influential in-school factor. They have the most informed view of what works in the classroom. They're content experts. Teachers' contributions are critical to the success of any curriculum, pilots, interventions, etc. Without them, this district would not be able to educate our students. When teachers are brave enough to speak out, you must listen. They have valid and legitimate concerns that deserve to be acknowledged and addressed, not ignored. Since February 2023, the teachers have publicly raised concerns at your meetings regarding the multiple initiatives the district plans. I'm sorry, there's this weird echo. Plans to implement simultaneously this fall. I understand that getting involved in the district's day-to-day operations is not the board's role. However, when teachers continue to share their concerns, you must ask questions and demand explanations why their issues still need to be resolved. Our teachers have better things to do than to show up to your board meetings to plead for the plans, tools, and supports they need to do their jobs. It's a test. It is a testament to their dedication to their students and the district that they continue to show up and speak out. It is also your job to ensure all proposed initiatives are well documented and well communicated to all stakeholder groups. A comprehensive plan should always be in place that includes the who, what, why, how, and when, at least 1 year before implementation. I was mystified to find out that the drafting of the comprehensive plan did not start until at least March 20th of this year. I assure you that a proposed initiative without a well-documented comprehensive plan would never fly in corporate America. I don't know why anyone thought this was acceptable for our school district. The teacher shortage is real. According to a report issued last month by the Illinois Association of Regional Superintendents of Schools, more than 90% of Illinois school districts face a serious teacher shortage. Now is not the time to ignore our teachers' concerns and questions. We have some of the very best teachers in the state and the nation. Our teachers will leave if they feel devalued or disrespected. They will have no problem
We're at 3 minutes.
finding jobs. I'm finishing up. But it will be impossible to replace them. You are putting the education of every D128 student at stake, as our district cannot afford to lose our best teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. The podium is open if anybody else would like to comment. Yeah, you can come up. Oh. Is it hard to hear me out there?
It's a little hard. Yeah. Can you guys hear this okay? It
I
is
can hear you fine.
Echoing definitely up here. Hi, everybody. You guys know my name is Amy Franz. As a private resource teacher, I have the pleasure of working with many students in this district. I can tell you they are still recovering from the pandemic. They are stressed about homework, retesting, college, and the constant pressure to keep pushing themselves when their social emotional health is still not 100%. With that said, I'd like to talk about the plan for how students and these amazing teachers are going to be able to manage so many simultaneous changes without a robust MTSS plan in place. An MTSS, or a multi-tiered system of support, is, quote, graduated, time-bound supports to address specific students' needs with specific research interventions. A robust MTSS system takes about 3 to 5 years to fully implement. My colleagues at Lake Forest have had an MTSS in place for several years. They are a high-performing district just like ours, with excellent teachers just like ours, and they still require MTSS supports to reach all students. So for example, if a student in any class at Lake Forest would be struggling, through MTSS Tier 1 intervention, a teacher would send them to a departmental resource center, one for math, science, social studies, world language, and language arts. These teachers have access to data about each student that is synthesized with various assessments. Their progress is tracked and timed, and their intervention will either stop or continue to move on as needed. Other Tier 1 supports they offer are after-school executive function coaching and Wednesday morning small group teaching in the morning. This is what robust MTSS looks like. For many years now, we have been using the team taught model as essentially a Tier 3 support, where 2 content teachers teach using a modified general education curriculum. So the proposed solution is to move this class into the heterogeneous college prep classrooms with 1 teacher and no substantial MTSS as a safety net. The classroom teacher will do their best to meet their needs as well as differentiate for the middle and the higher students in the class as well. And as team taught is blending into college prep, simultaneously, we're moving close to 450 other students into challenging classes like honors and AP. Even with a robust MTSS in place, this would be a lot. Without a detailed plan until last week, the difficult position now that the district is in is it's the end of the year, students have already registered for classes, and teacher numbers are set. The plan that was set out this week suggested hiring paraprofessionals in the summer to work in the ARC or MASH, or using online hourly tutors. These are not teachers, they are not curriculum experts, and there
Can
will
you
not
wrap
be
up your
time
comments,
to
please?
train and familiarize them with our teachers and our curriculum. Please, we urge you to expand the supports offered as soon as possible with certified teachers. This is not a long-term solution, but an option for now as a full MTSS plan is still being developed. You cannot let our students down. Thank you for your service and for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to address public comment?
Hi, my name's John Hetzel. I have a daughter that's an incoming freshman and a sophomore currently, and I think that my sophomore has received an exceptional education from the teachers in this community and in this district. But I'm here tonight to make comment for the public record regarding some red flags from Mrs. Herman's previous education tenures that I think this community is not aware, and it's really surprising that the school district didn't do a background check apparently, because when we talk to other district feeder schools as well as surrounding areas, board members as well as administrators, they said that these would be things that would be of great concern to them. You can Google her name and start finding many of these issues at schools and districts she was at before she came here. She was at 4 different schools in 7 years before she came here. But about 10 years ago, she was at Middleton High School in Wisconsin, and you can find this in the news. And while principal, she oversees what the media, students, and community references as a massive culture of cheating among students, accumulating in a huge scandal involving 250 students cheating on calculus tests, making local news and reported as a culture of cheating. Then she went on to Henry Gunn High School in Palo Alto And there was a student petition against her for 4 schedule changes in short timeline. It makes the local news. 700 of 800 students were required to retake an AP exam because seating irregularities and distribution error. That's 700 of the 800 students had to retake AP exams because of problems there. The teachers also filed grievances against her for not adhering to the teachers union contract, similar to what she did with the calendar in the fall. Introducing and enforcing new learning platform. It was a new learning platform she wanted to implement, and it wasn't working in good faith with the teachers union. It makes the local news as well. Suicide rate at Henry Gunn High School, where she was the principal, and Palo Alto is 4 to 5 times the national average during her tenure there. Why? This makes national news. Assistant Superintendent for Instructional Services, while she was at Fremont High School, she introduces extreme explicit sex education platform to 4th through 6th graders. Hundreds of parents protest with signs outside the school and board meeting, making local news with videos and news articles. Then later on, the BOE votes to rescind the sex ed platforms that she implemented once she was gone, I believe. It received a lot of attention. Superintendent at Roseville Joint Junior High School in Roseville, California, when she was there, she resigns as a finalist for the Traverse City High School super position, which doesn't show up in her LinkedIn profile. News reports of her tenure was tumultuous and unusual midterm resignation. The Traverse City tenure is not shown, like I said, on her LinkedIn profile. So you run into a problem here. All I can say in conclusion, there are many D words that come to mind as I have watched this situation unfold the last 2 years, and I've spoken and been flagging these issues.
Please wrap up.
Divisive, disruptive, deceitful, dysfunctional, deceptive, disconnected, disorganized, defiant, dishonest, and disingenuous. And lastly, distrustful. What's the common denominator? Denise Herman. Thank you.
Can you hear me? It echoes. It's odd. Hi, I'm Sean Gay. I think some of you know who I am at this point. Just wanted to say a few things, more of a type of thing of people matter, our students matter, and I think our teachers matter. I'm a father of 4. We had 2 kids go through Libertyville High School. We currently have 2 now. And your job as a board is to inspire our students, is to inspire these teachers to teach, and they do a damn good job. I've had many students, our kids we've had some slower kids, some very quicker kids or smarter kids, and the teachers at every point were very supportive of them. They knew when to move them up, when to move them down. And the fact that you want to thrust just this great educational system, I think you're leaving behind a lot of kids that need some help, need some remedial help sometimes. And a good analogy would be, as a car guy, you know, I drive Mazda Miatas and Volkswagen Bugs. I think you guys have seen me around town. And you can't get on an Indianapolis 500 track with that. You have to know what you're dealing with, and that's our kids. And we need you to inspire, not go to battle with these teachers. Dr. K, you're awesome. You should know, when my kids heard that you were not going to be principal anymore, the whole community is like, oh, what? Stephanie, Zachary, I mean, you know, our other kids, and you need to know that, like, you are awesome what you do. You and I always haven't seen eye to eye, which is great, which is fine, but I respect that. And I think listen to those good people over there. They're the ones that are inspiring our kids to do their best, no matter, you know, where they may fall in that whole, you know, echelon of learning. But just to kind of say, hey, we're going to, you know, rip away these systems and put in systems of, hey, we're going to lift all these kids up and they're going to be great. I just don't think that's the way to go. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, board members, for volunteering your time to serve our community. Appreciate it. My name is Beth Zender. I'm a proud LHS graduate, and I chose to raise my children here. I'm a former Stevenson High School English teacher, and currently I work for a nonprofit that provides MTSS reading intervention services for underserved schools in the area. As an educator and as a parent, I am concerned about the number of changes occurring simultaneously here and that our students will suffer. A common theme in the teachers' concerns is that the proposed changes are too rushed and not concrete. Operational plans are not in place yet. So I would like to point to our neighbors at Stevenson for success, to show how long meaningful change takes. So in 2010, I was proud to be part of the standards-based grading pilot. A very small number of us started this pilot. It was 4 years later, with many teachers dedicated time and effort to expand that to teacher teams. It wasn't until 2020 when Stevenson had a school-wide EBR. 10 years, but it's working. Here at D128, the proposed changes have many gaps, and the children are going to fall through those gaps. One intervention strategy that D28 has employed since the pandemic, which is essentially taking place of Tier 2 intervention, is accepting late work and retesting to allow students to seek out extra help to move toward mastery. With this, students are expected to either complete packets on their own or meet with a teacher outside of class or with someone in the MASH or ARC while the class continues on with new material. Furthermore, each teacher has different process. Some require homework to be completed before the retest, some don't, and some don't allow retakes, but allow test corrections. Others require a teacher meeting. This creates stress and confusion for students. Furthermore, it places the intervention burden mostly on the teachers. So I have some questions. Before classes resume in August, will department policies be in place for test retaking? When will students be retaught these skills and lessons that they're not mastering? Will this be done during class time? And if so, what will the other students be learning at that time? Have the resource centers been expanded to have dedicated, certified teachers in each content area available before school, after school, and during each class period? For an effective MTSS, these teachers would need to work closely with the department staff to know the assignments, standards, and to be trained to work with the students who may not be able to get it the first time through. We need teachers in these resource centers. Have the testing centers expanded hours and room capacities so that students have the opportunity to retake these tests. We know that the teachers at D128 are the best and most dedicated teachers. Please listen to them when they voice their concerns. They're asking on behalf of our students. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the board? All right, seeing none, we are going to move on to our discussion items. Part 3 of the agenda A, the D128 diagonal movers update. I will turn it over to our teaching and learning team. I'm sorry. Are we good to go?
I think we just need to have the presentation, please. Thank you, Mr. Stanley. And thank you everyone for being here tonight. Our teaching and learning team has put forth great effort to prepare a presentation to explain the detailed plan. But prior to that, I'd like to respond to some of the things that were said in open session or public comment. The mission of D128 is to develop. Thank you, Mr. Vela. The mission of D128 is to develop students who are daring. We all have a united goal for all students to achieve at high levels and to discover personal journeys to meaningful post-secondary pursuits. Our daring mission attracted me to this district and continues to be a beacon of excellence for candidates applying for positions in our schools. As superintendent, one of my key responsibilities is to ensure focus on and progress toward the district's strategic plan. The energy and passion we've heard tonight from our stakeholders in the community is evidence of how much people care about the quality of education our students receive in D128. It is also an example of how our foundational strategies work interdependently and the need to ensure attention is paid to each. Next slide. Our foundational strategies include collaboration, developing a collaborative culture that empowers organizational synergies and strong partnerships. We hear the voices of teachers who want additional opportunities for meaningful collaboration beyond committees and additional time to do your expert work. Financial stability. We will provide resources in alignment with the strategic plan and needs of the school community. We hear the need to be fiscally responsible for our plans to be sustainable over time. Yet we need to invest dollars in what matters most, student achievement. The next is partnership. We engage students and families as partners to achieve our mission and goals. We hear that our K-8 families did not feel informed or included in aspects of expanding access to our rigorous learning, and we will be more explicit in sharing D128 news beyond our current 9th through 12th grade families. For continuous improvement, we focus on learners' experiences, stakeholder engagement, and data collection and analysis to inform the conditions, processes, and practices that will improve teaching and learning. We hear people's request to share data about the number of students who will take rigorous courses next year and the plans to support them well. And we will share that information with you tonight. Innovation. We create transformative systemic change to ensure equitable student achievement. We hear you when you say these changes feel like too much too soon. Transformational systemic change does require multiple variables be adjusted simultaneously. However, we have explored several ways to lengthen the runway on some action plans to reduce people's stress. All of these work simultaneously, and if any of them are out of balance, it can feel uncomfortable for people in the organization and receiving services from the organization. Next slide. Another essential component of our strategic plan are our strategic boundaries. What we will not do in order to stay focused on our mission, vision, and goals. We've said that we will not allow past practice to create barriers to new and innovative ideas. That we will not make decisions without the use of pertinent data provided by relevant stakeholders. And we will not adopt any new program or service unless it is accompanied by staff development needed to implement effectively, accompanied by the means to assess its effectiveness, and staffed and funded sufficiently. The presentation you will receive tonight outlines our plan that addresses all three boundaries. A key responsibility of a school board member is to hold administration accountable for ensuring these elements are in place. Next slide. I was that student, the students to whom we're referring in our EOS, APA, and heterogeneous classes. This is an essential part of who I am as a leader and as a person. I was a low-income student, one of our growing underrepresented groups in this district. I know what it's like to have doors closed in school because you can't afford things. I wanted to have access to the same opportunities as my peers, and I did not need the school to develop a perfect plan in order to take action on my behalf. I was the first in my family to go to college. My parents wanted me to be successful, but assumed that the adults in the school would look out for my best interest, that a public school would implement policies and practices that ensure all students are prepared for post-secondary pursuits. Next slide. We all agree with this mantra. First, do no harm. People who have requested that we pause implementation of the expanding access to rigorous courses plan are doing so with extremely positive intentions. It is important to them to know that clear plans are in place to support students if they struggle, to know that students and families have received counseling to make informed decisions. We hear this concern and are expanding our multifaceted plan to respond to student needs when they arise. However, next slide. Oh, back one, sorry. There is another key factor that needs to be considered, and one person tonight spoke of students' mental health. The importance of students' academic identity, how I see myself as a learner. Through the Accelerated Placement Act, Equal Opportunity Schools, and heterogeneous classes, we have identified students who are proficient or advanced on state standards as measured by standardized testing, and invited them to stretch themselves as learners, to be daring. Over the past several years, our administrators and teachers have invested significant time investigating best practices, listening to people's needs and concerns, and extending runways for significant changes when possible. For example, last spring, the Grading and Assessment Committee recommended conducting a pilot this year instead of full implementation to ensure teachers had time to prepare for its implementation in fall 2024. However, the practices we have implemented to expand access for all students to rigorous courses are not negotiable. Next slide. The proverbial toothpaste is out of the tube and can't be put back in. We have invited and encouraged students who are qualified for honors and advanced placement courses to enroll. We have boosted their academic confidence and said we would welcome them with open arms into these new learning environments. We created sections, assigned staffing, and started creating our master schedule, all in alignment with approved board policy and state guidelines. It would be impossible for us to uninvite students, change their course request, change our staffing plan, and have an effective master schedule prepared by August. Finally, in a letter I received from County Superintendent Dr. Michael Carner, he stated that it is the expectation of ISBE and the Lake County Regional Office of Education that APA, otherwise known as Law 105 ILC 5-14A32, be our policy and that it is adhered to for the 24-25 school year. He also noted for public schools and districts, he also noted that the Illinois State Board of Education has the power and duty to set requirements for public schools, and districts should operate and assign recognition status according to the implementation of APA. Failure to follow Illinois School Code will result in the recognition status of a school district being effective. School districts must follow school code. Next slide. We are listening to your concerns and have paused the community engagement process that someone spoke of to explore funding options for building improvements and capital projects. Although the physical needs of our aging facilities will not go away, the needs teachers have expressed for increased equipment and alternative learning will need to pause. We believe we must pause this work and focus our full attention on expanding access for all students to rigorous coursework. Next slide. In addition, we will be consulting with members of the Grading and Assessment Committee, as well as the Explore Multiple Paths Committee, to discuss the possibility of lengthening the timeline for implementation. Specifically, to allow course teams who need an additional year to prepare, and for course teams to have more time to align differences in course offerings between the two buildings. Again, these two committees are comprised of teachers from across the district, and we would want to consult with those teachers before we would bring any formal recommendation to the board for pausing on those. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Brian Wegley, Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, who will kick off the presentation, Diagonal Movers Support Update.
Thank you, Dr. Herman. And I join you in appreciation for the engagement and care of our communities, our teachers, our board, and our administrative team. We all share the goal of supporting our students as we provide an outstanding education. I want to thank our team for their hard work and insights, putting the work that you'll see together tonight that summarizes the work that has gone on throughout this entire year preparing and in drafting our diagonal mover support plans. Our presentation this evening will represent our entire team, but it'll include myself, Brian Wegley, John Gilliam, the principal of Vernon Hills, Tom Calentis, principal of Libertyville High School, Charlotte Eames, Willie Stevens, and Larry Varn. Thank you all for helping tonight. In our presentation, we'll review why District 128 continues to support expanding access to college prep, honors, and AP and dual credit for all students. We'll reflect on how diagonal movement has occurred and changed in District 128. As you'll see, this is not a new phenomenon in District 128. We will reflect on how we are systemically supporting expanding success and access for all students. And we'll review our timeline and process for diagonal mover support, which the timeline is now. We have the information to do this. And we will share diagonal mover plans and supports for teachers, students, and parents, and additional input that we are going to gain for the April 29th presentation. And finally, we'll reflect on some lessons learned. There we go. All right.
Please don't match.
Yep. All right. This work connects directly to our strategic plan. We exist to develop graduates that are daring and explore and discover personal journeys to meaningfully post-secondary pursuits. All students need skills and belief in them and themselves, literacy, numeracy, and schools to be daring lifelong learners. And District 128 does have a strong history of student performance. And when we think of what our students need, all students need these skills, whether they're going to college, whether they're going to the military, whether they're entering the trades, all of our students need literacy and numeracy. And to that end, we remain committed to expanding access to college prep, honors, AP dual credit courses for all students. In fact, our strategic plan promotes ensuring equitable opportunities and outcomes for all student populations. Our racial equity, diversity, and inclusion policy reaffirms our commitment to identify, revise, and remove policies, practices, and other systemic barriers to equity and access. And recent legislation, as was reviewed, also requires expanded access. And we are an incredibly high-performing district. But as we look at our students meeting and exceeding standards, there is a difference in different subgroups. And we do owe it to all students to continue to provide additional help and additional work moving our students forward. The work we are doing, and which we will review tonight, expands our ongoing efforts to expand access, align course placement with the skills our students are demonstrating. And I now invite Charlotte Eames to share information about how diagonal movement has looked in District 128, where we are now and where we are heading.
Thank you. So on this graph that we are looking at on the slide right now, we are looking at the number of course requests for diagonal movers over the past 5 years. These are not individual students, but total course requests. And they are grouped in the graph by the type of diagonal move that is occurring. So if you can't fully see the words, the farthest to the left is showing our striving learner to college prep diagonal movement. Then we have striving learner to honors, striving learner to AP, college prep to honors, and college prep to AP. And for each set of diagonal movement, we're looking at the past 5 years, including what is planned to happen in the 24-25 school year. As we look at these numbers, it is important to know that these are diagonal movements by subject area. So for instance, if I am a student who has taken an honors course in English, but for next school year, I'm moving from a college prep science course to an honors science course, that science course request is considered a diagonal move and will be counted in these numbers. We do have data later in the presentation that looks at students who are brand new to honors and AP level courses. But this graph and the one that follows on the next slide take into account diagonal movement by subject. It is also worth noting that there are places in our curriculum design where students move from college prep to honors by the design of our curriculum. One of these examples is a student who is in Spanish 2, which is a college prep level course, moves to Spanish 3 honors when they are at that level. Those students are also reflected in these numbers because they are also diagonal movers, but that is part of the curriculum design and something that happens every year. Did it? Yeah. Shoot, I want the numbers to come up.
That's the next slide.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I know that's quite small, but we wanted to make sure we show the actual change in numbers from year to year in each section of the graph.
You're currently on the same slide, course request.
Yes,
But with the
yes,
numbers-
thank you, yes,
Numbers embedded.
yes. So as we look at those numbers, and I want to take some time to look at each level, we can see that on the farthest left group of graphs, we're looking there at striving learner to college prep. The numbers of students making that type of diagonal move has stayed quite steady over the past 5 years. The increase from last year to, or from this current year to next year is only 21 students. In the next two sections, when we look at striving learner to honors and striving learner to AP, for next school year, that is a total of only 21 course requests over the entire school district. Our college prep to honors and our college prep to AP are where we see the greatest increases. In college prep to honors, it has increased in course requests by 154, and from college prep to AP by 169. We fully expected this to happen with the implementation of the Accelerated Placement Act. And especially as we look at the college prep to AP level move, this continues a trend that has been occurring for the past 4 years. We've been responding to these trends with the groundwork we have been laying through our strategic plan development, curriculum work, and staff development efforts. Moving forward, we will be intensifying these efforts and we'll be sharing more details of the next phase of that work in a few moments. On this slide, the graph is very similar. It's a very similar looking data. Here we are looking at individual students. So students who are making more than one diagonal move are not duplicated when we look at these numbers. But we see very similar trends. I want to point out again the striving learner to honors and striving learner to AP. On the last slide, we saw that those two types of diagonal movements accounted for 21 total course requests. On this slide, we see that that accounts for 20 total students. What this means is, with the exception of only one student in our district, students are only making this type of move, this type of diagonal move in one course area. Here again, you can see the exact numbers of the changes that will be occurring. And again, as I mentioned, the same trends as we saw on the last slide. I also want to remind you this is by subject. So this does not mean that these students are taking honors or AP courses for the first time. They're simply doing so in a particular subject. As you can see from this data, diagonal movers are not new to D128, and we have been good at this in the past. A brief analysis of grade data showed that our striving learner to college prep diagonal movers achieved near an 80% average. Our college prep to honors or AP achieved at about an 87% average. We believe this next phase of school-wide development will only continue to support our work and help our students be even more successful. A list of our diagonal movers for the 24-25 school year will be shared with teachers and problem-solving teams in order to monitor progress. In the graphs on the previous two slides, we have been looking at diagonal movers by subject area. This table shows the students in District 128 who will be taking their first honors or AP level course next school year. This is a total of 255 students across the entire district, and the majority of them are current 9th graders who will be rising into 10th grade. Of these 255 students, over 3/4 of them are taking only 1 or 2 honors or AP level courses. We do have 50 students taking 3, but only 7 who are taking 4.
I would just like to add that some of these slides were added if you're following along what we posted, because some of the board members had additional questions about the data. So we've added a few slides today to make sure they had the complete picture of the data. So
Could you
that
go back one more, please?
Wait. Sorry, Ms. Drumke, is this the slide you wanted?
So students that, because this wasn't in our packet.
this was data that was requested over the weekend, and we
Thank you.
wanted to make sure that it was made available to the board members.
Thank you.
All right. This evening is one of the reasons I'm so proud to represent District 128. We have a community coming out to advocate that we as administration support our teachers and support our students. And that makes me very proud because I know that my colleagues here want to develop the best types of supports to help our students achieve their full potential and help our teachers do their best work. And the fact that we are having so many of you interested in the work that we're doing for that and asking the board to hold us accountable for that is one of the reasons why our district is so successful and why I'm personally proud to be a representative of it. I want to just take a minute to explain what this work has historically looked like and will continue to look like as we work to support diagonal movers and our staff. There's really been four focus points that we've been strategically pursuing to expand access. And we've done this with the intent of supporting teachers and students. And at our last meeting, you did hear me say that we need to develop our plan. And that didn't mean for our entire initiative working to support this effort. What it meant was, it was in response to a direct question about how are we supporting our 10th, 11th, and 12th graders who are making diagonal moves or who through APA are moving into a more rigorous course next year. That phase of planning had not begun, and it couldn't begin until we had the data that we needed that would allow us to have targeted and high impact interventions in place that we believe we could sustain. And so that was what I was referring to. And as you'll see tonight, we have begun to build out that level of work. What I'd like to talk about here, though, is some of the changes that we are going to put in place now that we have some of the concrete data about who our diagonal movers are and what classes they are taking. So with this information, our administration and our staff are entering the phase where we've started to build that out. We've started to talk to teachers on course teams who will be most directly impacted by some of these changes. And some of the plans that we'll share tonight are reflective not just of administrative work, but conversations with our staff. I just want to share very briefly, Dr. Herman referenced Public Act 101-0654. It is the Accelerated Placement Act. So it does specify that a school district's policy shall allow for automatic enrollment in the following school term of a student into the next most rigorous level of advanced coursework. So if a student meets or exceeds state standards in English language arts, mathematics, or science on a state assessment, they are automatically placed in the next highest level class, but they do not have to stay there. They can take a less rigorous course, a college prep course, if they so choose, what is best for them in consultation with their counselors and their families. As we know in our district, we are a very high achieving district. Many of our students met or exceeded standards. They were placed in the next most highest level course, but not all of those students chose to stay in those classes. So the numbers that Charlotte was sharing show that we do have an increase, but this increase for us is a marginal increase in terms of the trends that we've been seeing over the last several years. So just to define a few terms, we want to be clear that we have 3 or 4 different ways of describing a course. College prep are courses across our curriculum that prepare students for college level work. They would be a diagonal mover if you're moving from a college prep class to an honors, advanced placement, or dual credit. It's really good to think about our courses in really 2 levels. College prep, which would be our standard college preparatory courses, or advanced level courses, which could be an honors course, or an advanced placement AP course, or a dual credit course. All 3 of those, honors, advanced placement, dual credit, are actually having students engage in college level work while they're in high school. So it's not college prep, it's actual college level. We have been working on expanding access through various efforts in our school district. This just goes back to April of 23 and focuses specifically on the Accelerated Placement Act and the various ways that we have discussed that with our board and our school community. Starting this year in the fall was when we began to engage our incoming 8th graders and our current students and families about the APA and how this would impact students moving forward in our curriculum next year. This is something, though, that even as back in as early as last April, we were talking about with our parent groups. We see kind of going through this list, we are now at April of 24, where we are able to identify the highly impacted 10th to 12th grade courses with diagonal movers and begin to customize tools for support of students and staff. We are also able at this point to start to share specific data with the board and the community to show the moderate increase in the diagonal movers and the supports that are targeted to meet those needs. We anticipate this summer working to hire math, science, and ELA tutors for students in our MASH and our ARC, which we'll be discussing in detail in a few moments.
One of the things that we have heard and want to address is just simply what have our LST, our learning support teams, been doing to articulate and work with students relative to the specifically the Accelerated Placement Act. And I want to highlight just a couple things. Our counselors and student services staff have worked hard to communicate these changes to our students and our families. And over this past year, we've provided information through media like emails, newsletters, meetings with students, parents, and foundational school administrators. We also want to take a moment just to highlight what our counselors, the steps that our counselors have taken as they have been addressing questions from both parents and students. As I mentioned, we've had in both buildings, and not exactly the same in both buildings, but primarily the same, communication strategies, class meetings leading up to, class meetings and webinars leading up to the course enrollment process. That was before first semester ended. And then trying to keep parents up to date on all the changes through our newsletters. At both schools, counselors have had meetings either through signups or through specific grade level meeting appointments to discuss future curricular options in the core areas and of course others. And then of course for students coming into our system, our 8th grade orientation and optional counselor meetings have been provided for our 8th grade students. One of the things that we wanted to address tonight that we heard in our last board meeting was what about students who get into these classes and feel overwhelmed? What are their options? Of course, our first response is going to be in a tier 1 kind of way. What's happening in the classroom and what can we do to support? But we do recognize, and it happens every year, that at times students need an exit strategy. One of the things that we did this year in our registration and enrollment and staffing process is to build space in some of our college prep classes so that if and when students struggle in honors or AP or dual credit, there will be space for many of them to level back down. Now, I need to say right off the bat, and of course you can imagine that's a finite number of spaces. And so the schools will be doing a lot to observe what's happening and develop systems to help deal with any kind of an influx in those kinds of requests. This is proving to be the most difficult thing of the night. That one. We want to spend a brief time talking about some of the diagonal movement programs that are in place in addition to the Accelerated Placement Act. And the first is Equal Opportunity Schools, or EOS as we have called it. We know two things to be true. One, we must be in compliance with our own board policy on racial equity and inclusion. And two, we listen to concerns expressed by our own staff about the amount of work they've been asked to do in helping our system implement strategic plan actions. Our administration has heard this feedback, and that was one of the primary reasons why we partnered with EOS. This organization we partnered with to help alleviate the work on our internal system, and our EOS experts who can provide guidance and support for those in D128 as we develop systems for identifying, enrolling, and supporting students into more rigorous NAP classes. The system EOS helps us create is one where our schools are provided guidance on how to identify students who have demonstrated the skills, the academic identity, and motivation to succeed in AP courses, but for a variety of reasons have not yet enrolled in these important educational opportunities. While this is certainly something that our talented staff would be able to develop on its own, we determined that this was one specific area where an external partnership with a consultant was necessary. We want to highlight just a couple things about this. First, this is not finding kids and setting them up for failure. This is about us identifying students, high potential, underrepresented, that have those skills to be prepared and successful in those classes.
Bless you.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, go back one more. In terms of a timeline of what we have put in place, in October, we kicked off the entire EOS process and organization to our staff. We surveyed staff and students and developed student interest forms. We selected adult trainers for trusted adults at Vernon Hills and LHS. And then we had those trusted adults reach out to our students. In May, our access teams will put a student and staff design system in place, as well as support meetings for some parents involved in that process. Tim? Over the 29 years I've been in this district, I've seen many iterations of support for striving learners. In most cases, it has meant that we isolate and reduce. We reduce in depth and rigor and expectations. In our most recent work, however, our administration and many of our teachers believe that these courses have come to define what we believe the research to be true, that all students deserve access to grade level instruction in an environment that raises the bar for many who have been ready for some time. Dan? To take it a step further, when we look closer at the data about who and when we're talking about kids, we have put barriers in front of some, no doubt. In this graph of student representation in the district, on the left, we see our overall demographics, and we highlight our African-American students and our Latina students. And if we look at our striving learning classes, that's students in team taught and some of our other striving learning courses, you can see the disproportionate representation of those students in those classes. We, of course, recognize, Dan, you can go to the next one. Before I say this is a graph then that represents low-income students in the district. So the graph on the left represents in dark low income, a relatively small slice of our student population. But when we look at our striving learner courses, again, team taught and some of the other striving learning courses, there's a disproportionate representation. Now, we also recognize that there are many factors, many variables that go into this kind of data. But as a district, our call is to reduce and eliminate as many barriers as possible. And that's where the EOS team has come in. We shift gears to our team taught curricular development. Team taught was a well-intended intervention, but we always review the impact of intervention and efforts on our student achievement. And after several years of strong implementation, it became clear that the team taught model was not yielding the results, as was shown earlier, that needed to boost our achievement of all students. Therefore, our district has taken action to redesign our approach to supporting striving learners and to reallocate the resources devoted to team teaching to other intervention models. It's important to note that the district's transition away from team taught was always designed to be gradual. This work would begin in the freshman level and move year by year to senior year. During the past 2 school years, administration and staff have been working at the freshman levels and involved in planning curricular adjustments to support this change. While D128 offered English team taught classes for sophomores and juniors next year, these classes are not running simply because of very low enrollments. And as you'll see in a moment, once our enrollment data became clear to us, we began to take steps to support these learners at the 10th and 11th grade levels. This is a visual of what some of the terms that Tom was using earlier relative to striving learners. And you'll see in that striving learner box, those are the 2 levels that over time our goal is to eliminate and move into the college prep level. Notice in the college prep level, we still have supports in place, specifically a co-taught, which has been a 2-year intervention where many of the teachers sitting out before us have worked to develop their skills working in teams, 1 gen ed teacher, 1 special ed teacher to meet the needs of their students. You may wonder what some of those other striving learner courses we are talking about. You understand maybe what team taught is about. Some of those striving learners in math, for example, could be a course like informal geometry, which would be a below course level compared to geometry or geometry honors, intermediate algebra 2, or topics in pre-calculus, just to name a few. This highlights some of the work done this year, specifically relative to the heterogeneous course curriculum development. It started in September when we adjusted our curriculum guide to remove those striving learner courses in the 9th grade. Again, those were all team taught courses. But most primarily this year, those core teams, so Algebra 1, Biology, and English 9, have worked together to redesign, develop, and ultimately implement a new curriculum map with assessments. Okay. The one thing that we know without any shadow of a doubt, and many of you who stood before us tonight reiterated it, is that the strength of our district lies in its absolutely top-notch teachers. It's the reason that every 8th grade orientation class that's ever gone through the high school has heard me say that it's the reason I moved my family to this district. It's the teachers. But as good as they are, the system recognizes that this needs for change we have outlined will create, at the very least, a greater range of needs and supports for the instructional strategies for those awesome teachers to be successful. And that's not a new realization. We've known that for quite some time. As a matter of fact, I was looking back today at some of the professional development that we've offered over the years. And I found a presentation by Amy Christian and Ellen Macias, who were our first 2 lit coaches, who were doing much of this differentiation professional development back in 2015-16, all those years ago. And there's a whole line of documents in our Google Docs that outlines the work that has been done over the years. Go ahead. We're fortunate to have now, as kind of another iteration of that professional development, a strong and effective professional learning system that starts with our instructional coaches. And last spring, our instructional coaches became trainers for providing effective professional learning to our teachers through multiple accessible avenues, including, and you'll see here, things like summer workshops through D128 University, staff workshops through Lunch and Learns, teacher in service days, edX sessions, and so forth. Just anecdotally, this year, our instructional coaches at Vernon Hills, and I know that's very similar at Libertyville, put 3 professional learning workshops together relative to differentiation, and over 200 attended those 3 workshops over 3 different months. So the work is being done, and I'm grateful to those individuals who have been a part of that.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Ole Stevens. I'm usually not up here with my esteemed colleagues, so I'll just take a moment to introduce myself because I'm usually not up here. So I am the Assistant Principal for Student Services here at Libertyville High School. And in that role, along with my other colleagues and assistant principals, I have been a member of the MTSS committee for the district. So it's my privilege to talk to you about this MTSS process that we have been on this year. And as some of our parents and community members have stressed, this is an important ingredient to a successful high school. Really, MTSS is all about helping schools do schools, but do it better, do it more effectively and more efficiently. So as we get into this, I would like to point out, as Dr. Gilliam mentioned, the incredible teachers that we have. We've been doing a lot of great work supporting our students over the many, many years. It's incredible. In addition to the teachers, we have counselors, social workers, and our educational support staff as well. All of them are working their tails off to support students. I am very humbled every year. I've been doing this for a long time to witness when a student is struggling. And when a student is struggling, it kind of comes in all facets. They might be struggling academically. It's impacting their social emotional well-being. It's impacting their attendance. It might be impacting their plans for after high school. And I have seen numerous times over the years, and again, very humbled to see and to be a part of that process. The collaboration that takes place between the learning support teams, the counselors, the social workers, working with the teachers, working with the department chair people, and the rest of the administrative team and the support staff to provide effective and customized interventions for each student. Now, as proud as I am to be an administrator kind of supporting that process and being a witness to that awesome work, I can also see the toll it's taking on the staff. This is hard work. And I think, as we've said, to continue to move the schoolhouse forward and to support our students, we need to tighten things up a little bit with a system that continues to help them expand their hard work and become more efficient and effective. So kudos to the teachers and all the wonderful work they do. So I also want to talk about that MTSS is really a bridge. It's a bridge between the diagonal movement and the supports that we're going through. Supports that we need, the supports that we currently have, and it's a bridge to the future. With these students taking some more challenging courses, we need more data systems. We need more communication loops in place to identify the students who are struggling, get to them quicker, offer them more advanced interventions, and support them where they're at. And definitely, since the last few years, since the pandemic, the world, as we know, has become a lot more complex. And having a fully systematized support system in place is only going to help students, make better decisions and move forward in the process here at Libertyville High School and continue to grow as a daring graduate. So I know, again, we had a couple of our community members mention MTSS, and as a part of the District 128 committee, I put a snippet of our definition of MTSS here. So I'm just going to read it so we're all on the same page. The District 128 multi-tiered system of supports is a framework designed to provide high-quality teaching, personalized instruction, and specific assistance to each student. It addresses academic, social-emotional, post-secondary, and physical wellness across all school and classroom environments. This approach begins with the teachers in the classroom. and through their instructional practices, utilizing diverse data sources to monitor progress, ensuring students are on the path toward their post-secondary aspirations. So again, that's just a definition of MTSS. The next couple slides, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we are evolving here. Again, I'd like to say that we've been doing MTSS for a while, but we've just, for 30 years, actually 40 years or more before I've been here, we've had the learning support teams. And if you're not familiar, if you're a newcomer to Libertyville High School, the learning support team has a team director or a dean, a couple counselors, 2 social workers, and support staff. Each student belongs to a learning support team, and we have 3 office suites throughout the building, and students go there. It's their home away from home. If they forget their homework, that's where it gets dropped off. If there's an attendance concern, everything developmentally appropriate as a student progresses from freshman year through senior year. And it covers and supports students with academic decision-making, social-emotional support, as well as post-high school planning. So we've been doing MTSS, but again, that was a 30, 40-year-old model. So it's time to retool it and advance it into this modern age and address some of the needs and some of the technologies that we have. So over the coming year, we will continue to align our LST norms and protocols. Really, the district has 6 LSTs, 3 at each building. And they are performing at a high level and supporting students every day. But their systems are a little bit different. So we're just going to make sure that as they are working and casting the net, trying to find the right students to work with, that they are casting that same net. So we're being as effective as possible. We're going to continue to expand with progress monitoring tools, and we are also in the process of creating an MTSS manual. With the progress monitoring tools, this year we are in the process of adopting an add-on to PowerSchool, which is our school information system, that's called Unified Insights. So we are in the process of building and developing that out, and that will be a prime focus of our MTSS and problem-solving teams. Next, we're going to be implementing building-level MTSS teams that will focus on the heterogeneous and diagonal movers. So currently, we do not have a building level MTSS team. We are in the process of building one that will begin next year. They'll be meeting twice a month. I kind of look at it as a multidisciplinary team at each building that would be kind of a building-wide LST, problem-solving team. They're going to be using the data provided through the Unified Insights, School Links, and some other tools to monitor our 9th graders and to monitor the students in those diagonal movement situations. They'll be provided a list of students that are going to be on our watch list, students that are diagonal movers and ones we want to keep an eye on from day one. And finally, there will be enhancing support for heterogeneous students and diagonal movers. That building level team will be working with all problem-solving teams to identify supports, to connect students to the right supports, and modifying that whole process over the next couple of years. Next slide. Here is a quick graphic. MTSS is often displayed in a pyramid graphic. So I'm just going to lead you through it here a little bit. The Tier 1 is where all students are going to receive some really important resources. So the Tier 1 is where the teachers have, or where the students are going to have access to really powerful teaching and course teams. So the professional learning teams and the course teams that the teachers have are going to provide the high quality instruction and differentiated instruction in the classroom, and they're going to coordinate supports at the Tier 1 level. There's going to be enhanced supports to the MASH and the ARC, which is our drop-in center. So we'll be providing more tools and resources and personnel in there for students to stop by and visit with to get some support, kind of drop in or what I need support. And again, the LST is there at a Tier 1 level, focusing on the whole student. At the Tier 1, we figure about 80% of the students should meet their needs at the Tier 1 level. About 15% of the students will need an additional scoop, an extra level of support as they're going through their classes and their day and their years here at LHS. So Tier 2 is small group support, and that will be about 15% of the student population. There There will be a building level team. The building level team will coordinate the supports of all the problem solving teams and focusing on the diagonal movers and the ninth graders. We're going to use data to identify that and work with those teams to provide the support. The learning support teams will also provide additional support to students through the form of like social work groups or individual meetings with students that need some quick support to move on. In addition to the students that are still struggling after their tier 2 supports is tier 3. Tier 3 is where the student gets support at the individual level, either through the flex program or the 504 plan or an IEP. Usually that's about 5% of the student body. I do want to emphasize that the building level team is really going to look at the whole system as well. They're going to help teachers and counselors and everybody create belonging in the classroom and in the schoolhouse. They're going to evaluate their programs based upon, do students have access to the right programs? Do they have the right support? Do they have the resources they need? Are our policies fair? Are there opportunities for all students to succeed? So those will be some of the lenses that the building level team will be utilizing. As you look at this, I want to point out that even though our focus this evening is really on academic supports, this same pyramid can be utilized in terms of the supports for students who need social emotional support and even post-high school planning support. For example, teachers, just by creating belonging in the classroom, everyone's going to experience that. Our teachers already do a great job of that. If a student needs additional support social emotionally, they could go down and meet with a social worker in their LST. So it could be used for all those domains. This last slide here is a part of our MTSS evolution. It takes a look at the systemic planning and preparation that we have began back in July of 2023 when we picked up the STAR and Academic Universal Screener. In August of 2023, all math and English teachers implemented the STAR to the grades 9 through 12. The MTSS committees were also began to meet to develop the vision, the definition, and to begin to expand and create our MTSS support plans. The MTSS committee is really working in coordination with the teaching and learning team. The teaching and learning team is really developing some of those interventions, and as those interventions are made, we're developing it and incorporating it into the system. This spring, our LSTs and our building level team are working on developing protocols and norms so that we have the structure in place for next year. And we'll continue to draft the MTSS manual that will be published next fall in August. Okay, so that's my part. Thank you.
Just want to pick up along the idea of the evolving support. So during our first semester, we were spending a great deal of time focused on working to support our freshman level heterogeneous classes. And this is a list of things that were developed as part of that plan during our first semester. We're going to talk about some of these being available to our sophomores, juniors, and seniors as well. But specifically, our PAUSE program at Libertyville was reimagined and revised to include content area teachers supporting students in math and in literacy to provide a more intensive level of support to our freshmen who were skill deficient. So that was an area where we were able to provide certified teachers to address some of the neediest students in our building. We also are working to create math labs, lit labs, and science labs that will be run out of our MASH and our ARC. There are certified teachers involved in that, as well as ESP teacher aides who will assist with that part of our program. Dan, would you advance us a slide? Thank you. So in terms of this next phase of support, we completed sectioning on March 5th and then communicated out that sectioning March 6th through the 15th. The board at the March 18th meeting, as many of you referenced, approved our staffing plan. And it was at that point in time, we knew the resources we would have to begin to address our sophomore, junior, and senior level needs next year, specifically developing intervention strategies for students. That the challenge for us is to create interventions that are high impact, that have a tremendous amount of return on the investment we make, that are targeted so that we are addressing the specific needs students have at the point where they need assistance, and that they're sustainable so that we can continue them for future classes of students. That process looks very much like this. In April, we began analyzing our data as a system, finding the specific numbers of students moving by class and grade. We began to collect input, started some preliminary meetings with some of the teachers and course teams that are impacted. And we've spent time at our all admin meetings working with department chairs and other building administrators, talking about what is the data that we have, what are the resources that we currently have, what are the gaps in resources that we see, and what are some of the things we can do to fill that gap so that we are ready with as solid of support plan as we can by next August. We are currently at the place where we're starting to share out some of the draft of the plans we've created. We'll be gathering feedback on that, not just from the board, but from our administrative team and staff, and working to refine that and finalize that near the end of the month.
And as we share these draft plans with you, the draft includes supports specific to students, staff, and parents. In October, our staff took a survey at both Libertyville and Vernon Hills High Schools. One of the questions asked, how do you want to be better supported by your school to help students in their transition to AP classes for the first time? As we developed this plan, we utilized this data to ensure that our top priorities aligned with what our teachers and staff said that they needed at that time. The draft that you will see this evening includes that we identified an opportunity to provide time and resources to teach students study skills like time management, self-discipline, persistence, and note-taking. Additional time to meet with other teachers for collaboration, and professional development opportunities that will help develop strategies for fostering positive academic mindsets. As we developed this plan, we also considered our students' perspective. And when our students were asked, which of the following support resources have you used at your school to help you succeed in AP classes, our students who were enrolled in AP classes and had experienced success there identified the top priorities and structures of supports that they have utilized in order to be successful. Some of the things that were included in the survey were not available to our students at the time here at Libertyville or Vernon Hills High Schools. For example, opportunities for summer institutes, sessions, or camps. We were not offering them for AP courses, but we identified this as an opportunity for growth and for us to add this for our students to be able to take. And now, without further ado, our principals will present to us the draft of the support plan for our students moving into AP honors and diagonal movement courses.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Let's, you see in front of you a slide that has the first page of this document. Larry is now moving to a PDF that we can kind of process through together as we go. This, again, as has been said several times, is in draft version right now. You all as a board are seeing this as a first time. Any staff that is either here or watching is seeing this for the first time, and we'll be spending the next several weeks presenting and getting feedback from important groups like our MTSS group, our EOS Access team, our school building leadership teams, so on and so forth, to get more input on this. The way that the document is developed is in three parts. One is support for students, one is support for staff, and one is support for students, families, forgive me. Each of the interventions has a 6-column kind of need chart, one support type, so that's just the name of it. We have a description and availability column. We have a targeted audience column, a communication strategy column, keys for success, and key contacts. So each of the initiatives or interventions that we'll mention has that filled out. And again, we'll be putting more meat to this bone as we go. So this first section that Dr. K and I are going to push through is...
Just before we go into detail, I just wanted to add too that we agree that it's not a perfect plan. There may be things that when we sit down and look at this, we as a system recognize that we need to enhance or add or do better. When we developed this plan and began to create this outline, the thinking was to capture two types of thinking. What are the things that our system is able to do now to evolve to next August to have in place, ready to go for students and staff next year? And what are the ideas and the programs, the things we need to do that will take several semesters to continue to refine and evolve? So what this is reflective of are the things that will be in place in August and be carried throughout next year.
Good, thanks. Okay, in this first page, there are 3 of them that are items that we have had in place. We will kind of refocus our energies and make sure that we're doing them in the best way possible. And I want to get to those before I introduce the fourth. The first is strong tier 1 instruction. As I've said many times, our strength as a school system relies heavily on teachers. They understand that, we understand that, and we know that most of that tier 1 kind of intervention with students happens inside the classroom. And so we are committed to working with our talented, caring teachers to provide them with all the resources and development they need over time. If you go down, you'll see pause, literacy, and numeracy. As Dr. K said, that is an initiative that Vernon Hills has had in place for 2 years. And Libertyville has now moved that direction. We have that staffed now. And that intervention will be working with our 9th and 10th graders to support them in their literacy and numeracy, as well as executive functioning. If you go down a little bit further, Larry, you'll see the new 9th grade English, math, science lab tutoring. That is going to be new next year, again, happening in our ARC and MASH area, in which we will be providing support for those kids in those heterogeneous classes and having specific entrance and exit criteria set for those students. Students already will be entered into that program based on scores that would have previously had them in a striving learners intervention. So we will start them with that intervention to begin the year and develop exit criteria along the way.
And one thing I think it's important for the board to understand is that prior to our lab program, our math lab program, we were taking many of our resources and putting them into team taught classes. And that was very good. The problem with that was we were only serving the students in that class with those resources. So that would often be less than 20 students or approximately 20 students. By us moving to the lab model, by no longer having that team taught at the freshman level, those resources then were reallocated to our labs. So now all students in Algebra 1, all students in biology, and all students in freshman English Lit and Comp will have access to the academic support. So we've expanded the support available to all freshmen who take that class rather than condensing it all on a small group of students.
Larry, if you go up the other direction, one more, stop right there. We've talked, and you've heard even through some of the public comment tonight, this idea that our MASH and ARCs are either A, underutilized or B, understaffed. Both probably true. And so one of the commitments that we are making tonight and through the next months as a district is to enhance those two areas, the MASH area here at Libertyville and the ARC area at Vernon Hills High School, both because of staffing issues, mostly relative to the number of teachers in the duty pool, have had instructional interventions that have been short-staffed. So in other words, there's not been a content level teacher in math, in science, in ELA, and other areas depending on the need for both schools. So one of our commitments is to fully staffing that. We will be working with our administration and the labor management group to figure out how we might be working towards that, as well as some dedicated tutoring through paraprofessionals. The model that we are putting together in the lab is one that we want to scale up and model for our ARC and MASH as well. So that would mean that not only are those areas open for drop-in tutoring with content-specific teachers who can help them with their content or concept issues in those core areas, but we would also have tutors available that would meet with students either in a prescribed and kind of mandatory way, or again, in a short-term or drop-in type of situation as well. So we feel like that enhanced MASH and ARC support is going to be primary in working in developing our achievement and diagonal movers.
In addition, while we are building the student opportunity to connect with adults in our MASH and our ARC, we also next year will have access every student will have access to the Varsity Tutor Program. This is an online tutoring service that is provided by Lake County Regional Office of Education. In this program, if a student comes to the MASH or the ARC and has a question and there is not an adult who is able to assist them in that moment, they can connect to the Varsity Tutor. It is a live person that they are connected to and work with to get their questions answered. While we want to maximize their time connecting with our people during the school day, this program, Varsity Tutors, is available 24/7. So a student who is an AP student taking AP chemistry would be able to access a tutor in the evening at night. This is at no cost to our families and is something that we will be fully implementing next year, looking to see how it is supporting both students with academic support needs as well as students with academic enrichment needs in the upper levels of our curriculum. We have also plans to develop some summer advanced coursework preparation student workshops. So we believe that our diagonal movers would benefit from a day or two of a workshop with some of our AP teachers, preparing them for the academic expectations, the mindset expectations, some of the strategies and skills that successful AP students have. We have seen this model at several other schools and believe that we can put in a meaningful and impactful course for students to take. This would not be like a 2-week or 3-week summer school class. It would be a workshop that we would offer in August prior to school starting when we know our students have returned. Obviously, not all students may be able or be willing to take advantage of that, but we would be placing a special emphasis on students making a diagonal move for the first time. We have that list of students now, and those would be the students we would be targeting for that. We also are looking to expand support for students outside of the traditional school day. And so we are looking at programs such as Albert I.O., which is a College Board program to prepare and assist students with AP classes. I mentioned Varsity Tutors. The district has invested in Nearpod, which connects to our STAR assessment program and allows teachers to create lessons and interventions tied into student STAR scores, as well as we're reviewing some of the new features in Khan Academy and review books that teachers have requested for supporting students in AP classes.
If we move a little further down the document, we get into meaningful ways to support our staff. And so we'll just highlight some of those here for you tonight. First is to hit next year hard as we roll out the year with the importance on developing a positive and supportive culture and climate in our classrooms. And so will be a focus of our back to school initiatives and training with our teachers. Oli has talked about the MTSS process, and as that team continues to put meat on that bone, we will be rolling out those supports and those protocols for all staff to take advantage of when the school year starts. And then, as I mentioned, with our professional learning opportunities, we'll have several over the summer, as well as continued work with our instructional coaches as they develop and implement a staff learning kind of palette of options for teachers to take advantage of as the school year rolls out.
And moving forward to support our teachers, we have the option next year to create more time for them. And I sit on the district's flexible use of time committee. One of the things that we're hearing is absolutely true. Our teachers don't have enough time to work with one another. And the committee's been aware of that and looking at different options for that to occur. But one of the things we might choose to do, which we would be able to, even before we're able to, we may never be able, for a variety of reasons, we may not choose to ever change our schedule. But even absence any changes to our schedule, we as a district could put in more teacher-focused collaboration time next year by doing some targeted late starts or some early releases. There is a trade-off that we would have to shorten some instructional minutes for some classes. For example, if we chose to do a monthly late start and give that time to teachers to collaborate with their course teams or with other teachers who are working with heterogeneous classes, for example. We can carve that time out with the minutes we have available to us, but that would come with discussions with our staff about the value of that versus shortening some of their classes once a month or however many times a month we choose to put in some of these professional learning and collaboration experiences. So that is something we've researched that's available to us, but no decisions have been made on that. As this plan evolves and as we gather more feedback, though, it is likely we as an administration may make recommendations about that to you as a board.
One thing to add, and thank you for giving such a good explanation. We would also be working in concert with the District 128 Teachers Union, as they have the ability to have direct input into the daily schedule. And so that would be another partner for us as we explore any late starts.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the other piece to support teachers this year is we have increased the resources we've allocated to our District 128 summer university courses and our District 128 summer curriculum course work. So what that means is summer university is teacher professional development, where we offer experiences for teachers to select learning opportunities to grow their own skills. We've increased our resources allocated to offer more of those, but we've also increased the allocation for course and curriculum work, which is teams of teachers getting together to work on their curriculum needs, saying, you know what, we're all the US history teachers. We're going to build in some interventions for when students struggle when they diagonally move into our course. It's not a District 128 university where they're learning from someone. It's where they're gathering as a team, doing important curricular work that would impact our students in the fall. And so we are maximizing the amount of resources we have to ensure that any of our staff teams that want to take advantage of those opportunities have the resources and support of our district to do so. Finally, we continue to think about the ways we could support families. And this specifically goes to families with students who are making diagonal moves. And so in addition to the programs that we currently offer, we are looking to identify programs that we can develop for our families with unique educational needs, whether that be first generation students whether that be the first time a student is taking a diagonal move or first time AP family, and looking to develop in-person or webinar-related educational opportunities for families so that they're aware of the types of academic work their child is being asked to do and the types of supports in our district to support that child with that work. We also have some enhanced communication about student academic progress next year. Our grading and assessment committee has recommended, and our district is moving towards increased frequency of updates to the gradebook so that families have information about their students' performance in a class. And we are investing in the STAR online benchmarking and progress monitoring software. We will be able to communicate STAR data to our families so that they have a sense of how their student is doing on both local and national normed skills.
All right. As you saw tonight, diagonal movement is not new to District 128. MTSS is not new to District 128. We're enhancing those moving forward. And I'm grateful to be discussing support and ways to increase the support for our students who are diagonally moving as we head forward. And some things that we will come back to you with when the plan is fully developed are resources that we need and extra support. Some of those you've heard tonight, I just want to highlight, and that is that the tentative plan includes exploring opportunities to enhance duty coverage through stipends. This will be explored with our Labor Management Council and team, but could offer additional support. And when you think about the support that's needed for grades 9 through 12, you're talking about things from college prep all the way up to AP courses. It's not easy to say we're going to just staff with all of that support. We need to find flexible ways, including varsity tutor, including peer tutors, and other support to provide the help that our kids will need. And it's probably going to need to be flexible. So with systems that we put in, we're going to need to analyze as we go through the next year to see if that flexibility needs to change. But those enhanced duty coverage, those enhanced opportunities for our teachers to be available could be very valuable. Increasing educational support staff. The MASH and the ARC will likely include 1 to 3 aides that'll each work to create the availability of support throughout the day and be there throughout the day for students to utilize and connect our kids to the resources that they need and be a resource for our kids. And then we will need some financial resources for supports on subscriptions and software was mentioned. Albert.io could help and be a great complement to Varsity Tutor that we have. So we're exploring those types of things as well. And we'll bring back more information when we get you on the 29th. Next slide. And where do we go from here? First, we reserve the right to get smarter. This is a plan, this is a draft plan, and I'm proud of the work that our team has done to gain information and really get an idea of what the issue is that we're trying to solve as we go from this year to next year. And we're going to be gaining input from a lot of individuals that will improve this plan and certainly could change this plan. It's bringing resources that we feel with the input we've had makes sense for us to bring forward. We may find with the valuable people that we are partnering with that the resources we're thinking actually could be better implemented another way. But from here, we'll be looking on the 18th. Our draft diagonal movement support plan will be presented to the Labor Management Council for feedback. That'll also be presented to the EOS team and building leadership team for feedback. We'll be going to our MTSS team that has been working all year to enhance what we do for their insights. And then we will bring a finalized plan. And we will also, I want to make sure we mention, do a community webinar. The information that you're hearing tonight should get out to our entire community. So we'll be putting that together on the 24th. And then on the 29th, we'll bring a finalized diagonal movement plan to present to the Board of Education. And what we'll really be sharing is how this has evolved and what resources we need to make this happen. And again, our lens on this is trying to bring a plan that is going to be high impact and sustainable and targeted truly on the needs that we see. Okay. And lessons learned. As you saw tonight, this work with focus on increasing student skills for all students has been systemic, and we also can improve. We will explore ways to respond to the pace of change and to find ways to focus on this work as we head into next year by looking at our strategic plan and gaining insights on where we can extend timelines, as Dr. Herman said. The one thing that is certain is the work that we are doing will need continued focus to be successful. Second thing is we will work to connect the dots for staff in our community regarding how all the work that we are doing supports our commitment to raising student achievement for all students. We remain committed to expanding access to college prep, honors, AP, dual credit classes for all students. And respecting staff autonomy and time management needs, we were mainly operating on invitation and preference for professional development, and we also recognize the need for systemic work that will benefit our systemic offerings as we go forward. And again, you've heard tonight, we've invested in coaches that are providing support, institute days, D128 University, summer curriculum projects, and we are committed to some systemic time for our professionals to get together and continue to improve and work together as we move forward. And then there's value in educating our stakeholders in general about progress on our strategic plan. So that concludes our presentation tonight, and we invite your questions.
Thank you. It was comprehensive. You obviously spent a lot of time working on that and putting it together. You answered a lot of my questions. I hope that you answered a lot of the community's questions and questions for our teachers as well. I have a number myself, but I would like to open it up to the members of the board to ask questions of the teaching and learning group.
Go ahead.
Mine's not necessarily a question, but a lot of work went into that, as Don alluded to, both putting the presentation together and the work that's been going on and will continue to go on and grow by so many people throughout the district, teachers, administrators. It's more of a comment, but I would look forward to, at some point in time, maybe this time next year, on an ongoing basis, some way to have an update and see how some of these programs are doing and impacting our students and impacting our student success, impacting the community, both from an academic perspective, from a the MTSS is a very powerful tool when implemented properly, and I think there's some benefits social emotionally, college career, types of things. So I would encourage us to try to find a way to schedule on an ongoing basis in the future, just to see how we're doing, see how the plan's being implemented, see where the successes are and where the challenges are, and where it might need to have some adjustments. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to start with, I feel like it is our responsibility to know the needs of our students, and that can't happen when they arise. And I really appreciate the work that was done into this plan. But I think, like you said, this is a framework and this is a starting point, and we are not prepared for the changes that are coming. I don't think this plan identifies the complexities of the kind of support our students are going to need, the actual interventions that are going to be available to them, how we're going to identify those, measure them, discontinue them when the students have met their benchmarks. I think I was clear at the last meeting. I have severe concerns about where we are now, and it is our responsibility to be prepared. And as much as I appreciate the work that was done to this, I also understand the toothpaste is out of the tube, but I think a part of our discussion tonight should be what things can we do to ensure that our students who have made the decision to accept the recommendation of moving diagonally have informed consent, we have informed them of what those expectations are. I don't think that those conversations are being had from communities, members, and parents who are speaking to me. The amount of investigating that we have to do on our board, on our website, to just see what is the difference between college prep, honors, AP, in form of expectations, rigor, reading pages. It's not so easy to find, and I did it myself. You have to go into every content area. I have a list of 92 questions. I don't want to sit here and do 92 questions. I would like to open it up and say, I do not believe that we are prepared to implement the kind of support that is going to be required when we look at the number of students that are going to be making this move, that are new to the move. I'm happy to go into it, so. I don't say that for, I want to just have this a discussion. I think this is a concern that I have put out there for the 2 years that we've been talking about it. And as much as I appreciate how you have tried to be extensive in the framework, I can go through the framework, but what I see is not a lot of instruction when it comes to intervention. I see computer programs and using, but where do those kids go? Where, I asked at the beginning, tell me what it's supposed, when we began talking about this, I said, what is the experience of the student? I don't see, where is the experience of the student that is struggling? Who do they go to? Who's identifying them with problems? Where do they, ARC and MASH, I appreciate that we're going to look into preparing it more with flexible staffing, but we've already been told by our teachers, they're already overstretched. Where's the human component of the instruction? That's my general, so I'm gonna use that. I don't know how we reverse, and I don't think we can, because like you said, I am not going to be the person to speak to the student and say, I don't think you are prepared. Maybe they are prepared, and we can go through, what qualifies them to move from striving learners to now honors, or striving learners to AP. Were those conversations that they had with their trusted adult, meaningful conversations about skills that would make them ready for that kind of rigor? But if those conversations have not happened yet, I would say at a minimum, especially for those students that are making those diagonal moves, that are new, either from striving learners to honors and AP or college prep to honors, it is our obligation to have that communication with them and with their families to say, this is what these levels look like. We want to make sure you know what you're getting into. Here's the level of support that we have right now. We're going to expand it through our MTSS model and through our other interventions. But this is what you can expect with support, and make sure that they're making an informed decision. And if they choose to not do that, have an alternative now than in October.
Can we let them respond to that?
Yeah.
Obviously, we discussed the concern that you brought up at the last meeting, and we've had conversations with the assistant principals about conversations that were had between school counselors, students, and their families. And I would let the two principals maybe give a few examples of those conversations.
Well, I think, and I tried to address some of those things. So we have, I think it's, if we had our counseling team in front of us, they would be saying, no, we talked to the kids. We met with the kids. We shared homework calculators. They understood the difference. We had teachers visit classrooms and talk to students who were perhaps moving diagonally or moving laterally, for them to understand, okay, this is, if you're in a geometry class, here's what Algebra 2 honors looks like. The Algebra 2 honors teacher or the department chair visits the class. So we had the conversations. Certainly could we have more conversations, I guess. We've outlined some of the things that we'll do to communicate, but I think under the circumstances that we had relative to diagonal movement and what it looked like for us in terms of enrollment, we did our very best to make sure that in fact the kids did know what they were in for. And that's why I think when you look at the impact of the APA, and I think that's what the data was attempting to show here tonight, it's not too skewed from what normal APA kind of diagonal movement has been over the years. Yes, it's up higher. I've had conversations with certain teachers whose courses seem to have a bigger impact, and those teachers, rightfully so, are worried about their own resource and their own time and their own energy. But it's not so far out of whack that we think that we can't, with some work put together, these interventions that'll help.
I think we can too, but we don't have them now. I guess that's my concern.
So a different question now.
Yeah.
So you're talking about supports. I'm just trying to,
Well, I mean,
because there's so
when
many
you-
questions that we all have all at once that we're not attending to them singularly. So
So you're saying the discussions were had. I'm not in that room and I have no reason not to believe, but I have heard from many parents and many community members that those discussions were not had with students. I can give you an example of a student who came from 8th grade to 9th grade. He was recommended for 4 content level team taught classes. And now because they refused and was in college prep, he's literally gone from 4 content team taught to 4 honors and 1 AP in 1 year. So I believe there is a gap in that communicating. And I don't know where the stop, I mean, I guess I would ask you to have the stopgap of where do we have that conversation? Because a part of our conversation with APA is that they can be recommended, but they don't have to accept it, right? And that is a conversation to be having with the family. The family understands what is in the best position for their child. But if they don't understand what that looks like, some of these recommendations are coming home and we know that, we've heard it from parents. My child went from striving learner to now being recommended for all honors and AP. I understand that's part of this act, but now it's our obligation to have that conversation and say, are you really ready for that? I get worried when I see that there's 50 students who are going to be in 4 honors or AP classes next year.
And if I could just kind of add on to what Kara's saying. Oh, can you not hear me? No, yes, okay. Oh. Relative to the topic we're talking about, particularly with 9th graders, incoming 9th graders, those parents have reached out to me and said they really did not have the conversation of what it means for their student to be in an honors class or in an AP class. Coming from an immigrant background myself, with my first child, who is now a college grad, but when she was recommended for all honors classes, we were proud that, she got recognized for all of these academic achievements. We didn't really understand what that means until they were well into the semester. We didn't really understand the concept of a cumulative GPA and how a C in your first semester of a class can really derail your GPA if you are trying to get to a high, a more selective institution. Those conversations have not occurred with the families, or if they have, then there's still a miss somewhere, because the feedback I've received from both schools, multiple parents, is that they did not understand why their student was recommended. They did not understand what it takes for them to be successful. What does successful mean? What happens if they get a C in that grade or lower? And what's the recourse if they want to get out of those classes? If I can change one class, that may be okay, but what if I have to change 3 classes? That's not easy. It was one thing that was hammered into every parent, including myself, is it's not easy to change classes. You can drop, but change is not easy. Now, if you have multiple students that want to change multiple classes, come October, I don't know how that happens.
It's always a challenge to communicate with our families in that way. We changed our 8th grade orientation precisely to discuss this in more detail with them. So we used to do at LHS the big show, and we used to do everything in one night. And we agreed we were trying to share too much information in one night. And so we changed it. Oli and I stood on the stage and talked to we put about 10 to 15 minutes of our presentation was focused on APA. We told our parents that their child was likely going to be recommended for 5 honors or AP courses, and that we did not recommend parents sign their child up for all 5 AP. And we talked about all of those kind of reasons why they need to think about it. But more than us on stage, we had all of our department chairs and even many of our teachers present to talk and answer parent questions about curriculum. So I'm hearing you say that despite our efforts and despite our well-intended attempts to communicate differently, that message is still difficult for parents to understand and receive.
Yep.
So we have to continue to refine the way that we are having those conversations. But what is challenging to us is that every family has maybe unique questions and unique needs. And so it can be challenging for us as a staff to respond to all of the individual questions that you as a parent may have. Doesn't mean that we don't try to continue to refine our efforts and get better at that, but I'm saddened to know that 8th grade parents this year from Libertyville might have come away feeling like they didn't have a good understanding of APA, when that was such a focus of our written and actual parent presentations. Tells us that we have to do better with the information we're presenting and the method that we're doing that.
I think the other thing that I just want to say is that we keep using this word recommendation. We didn't recommend classes for any child. The law had us place the students in the class, That we took recommendations out of it because in large part, the law is in place to remove those kinds of biases, as it would say, right? Like and I don't necessarily believe that, but that is the nature of the law. Take the recommendation process out of it, and if a kid meets a benchmark, the kid is placed in the class, placed. And there's no dancing around the word. They were placed into the class. Right. And so at that point then, we have to walk that line. Are we trying now to go in opposition of the law and talk kids out of their placement? Because by law, they've met this score, so they automatically get placed into the next course. And it's not for us then to try to talk them out of the law. That's what the law is in place for, right? It's our responsibility to inform as best we can, and we did. To Tom's point, maybe we could do better, but we did. And it's the parents then and the students working in conjunction with the counselors to say, okay, we're going to ignore the placement, and they have to make that decision. We don't get to say, why don't you decline 3? No, it's their responsibility to say, okay, I don't want that one, but I want those 2.
I appreciate you saying that because I do know this is the law. I mean, I know that, and I think that there are gaps in the law, but that we can't control.
No, that's not
right?
our control.
And that's the law. Excuse me.
And
So
our data shows that many of our students did not take all of the classes that they were placed into.
Right.
So somehow our team, our counselors, our teachers, our administrators were getting students to understand that they needed to have balance and be judicious in the decisions they were making. The student you reference, if that parent calls us to talk about that, we would look at that student's situation and counsel and advise that parent. When you reference a student taking, is that a striving learner, or is that a student who would have been taking 4, classes? Like, it's hard for me to respond to
Right.
I
I
situation of a
didn't mean
student
to throw it
taking
out there.
multiple
Just say
honors.
that those examples are happening, right?
Sure.
So for the most part, our students are following kind of in a trajectory, and we're seeing that there's not that much, but those things are happening. I do think, I don't know, like, that's just my opinion, but it does seem to be a significant increase. I guess when you brought up the law, and I think that's something that we haven't discussed, why, because you're in superintendent's groups and you're talking to other administrators, can you give us some light on why it is such there's such a disconnect with how we're applying it compared to some of our neighboring districts? Because we hear from different neighboring districts that they're not feeling the same kind of controversy that we are coming to. So can you share how we're different a little bit?
I can share a conversation I had with administrators in District 214 who are fully implementing this. One of the things that they claimed as an advantage is they, a few years ago, had already eliminated their remedial classes. So they are not having to do heterogeneous classwork, but they are fully implementing APA, because 2 years ago they were cited by the state for violating 7030, and they know that they will be held accountable for full implementation of APA. Because this has been such a public conversation, and because our plan is present and this has been made very public, the county superintendent will hold us accountable for implementing APA. I can't speak to the other superintendents and school districts. They also approved the press policy, which calls for automatic placement. So if other school boards and other superintendents are choosing to not implement that, they also will have the consequences of ISBE and the county superintendent in terms of being held accountable for doing so.
And I can add on to that. I have spoken in the past couple of weeks to 3 of our area districts, our peer districts, and in 2 of those districts, they have an essentially open door policy to any course level. And guidance provided last school year when we were planning for implementation was that was an acceptable way to approach the spirit of the law. New communication from ISBE has come out now saying that that is not upholding what the law requires. But that is what they did this time around, because they were advised that that would be an acceptable way to implement.
So just in plain language, what you're saying is there were no criteria. Students are not placed in any courses. Students can choose whatever course they want to be in at whatever level they want to be in, and that's how they eliminate having to, that is how they are able to comply with APA. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. In the past, that was the guidance was that was in compliance. Moving forward, new guidance says that that is not in compliance. I do not know what those school districts are planning to do going forward, but I do know what they did in their first implementation, and that is something they had in place for years prior. That those open door policies were not new, so they haven't seen the level of change that we've seen here.
In those schools that had the open policy, what did their MTSS structure look like for students who might be taking on a stretch assignment?
That is not something I discussed in detail with those districts that I spoke to. I did speak to one district who noted that they didn't have anything, they weren't expecting many changes and therefore didn't have anything extra in place. So not expecting to face huge change and therefore not making huge changes to the support structure. That was just one conversation with one district. But again, that was a district who didn't implement this in the same way we did.
Right, that wasn't the question I was asking. I was asking for their existing process when they have open enrollment. What MTSS structure did they have in place to support all those students who were taking on a stretch assignment or stretch class?
I can share one example, and it was a school that some of the public speakers commented on, and that would be Stevenson High School. Their MTSS model relies on tutors who are not certified teachers. So course teams can identify students who are struggling, and the course team, let's just say it's Algebra 1. First, the teachers use common assessments to see where might the student be struggling, and the teacher team themselves first tries to incorporate Tier 1 interventions, so interventions in the classroom. When that's not successful, they can then recommend students to visit their peer tutoring and adult tutoring center. It's open before school, all during the day, and into the evening. It is not staffed by certified teachers. It is staffed by paraeducators who have been trained in their curriculum to deliver both skill kinds of strategies as well as content. So for kids who might be behind in some of the prerequisite writing or reading or math skills, as well as what might be something that would be, as a former chemistry teacher, balancing chemical equations. So most high schools rely on their teachers for excellent Tier 1 instruction. And then as additional needs, having teachers have office hours or getting extra help like we normally would do as a classroom teacher. But beyond that, the MTSS structures typically are a combination of peer tutors, which is the Glenbrook model. Again, teachers at Glenbrook do not participate directly in their Tier 2 interventions. They are implemented primarily by peers. So each of our high-performing schools in our area has taken on a different strategy to provide Tier 2 interventions, but they are not delivered primarily by classroom teachers. They're delivered primarily by paraeducators with the consult of course teams or other people who specialize in that particular content area.
And does that include AP classes as well?
Yes.
Just to add, speaking about the Stevenson model, which is one of the models that we looked at, many of those lab tutors are certified teachers. They're just not in the union. Many of them are retired certified teachers who are being paid as ESP or paraprofessional aides, but they're still certified teachers. And that is something that we'd be looking to do, is find certified teachers who are no longer in the field or have retired, but are not in our Federation of Teachers.
Not done, but go ahead.
No, go right
I
ahead.
would rather just listen and see if you come up with it.
Okay, one of the questions that came to us tonight was, can we have certificated teachers? And you just mentioned that. I would say that we do everything that we can to strive for that. I did hear that from a couple of my teacher friends who are concerned about the MTSS and whether or not we're going to have appropriately staffed, well-organized interventions for those students. And I would echo that. I would love to see that we do everything that we can to find certificated teachers to take the role of being those tutors. That was just a comment. Go ahead.
If I may
also echo that sentiment. When we're talking about people who know their content areas best, and no shade to paras and no shade to ESP, who are absolutely instrumental in the support of our students. But when we're talking about diagonal movers and just the broader base of students who find honors and AP work to be rigorous beyond what they've experienced before, the best types of people to put into those intervention spaces are certified teachers who are experts in their curriculum, without a doubt. I would worry, as both a parent and an educator, that anything less would be a disservice to those students, would put undue stress on our current teachers. We need a crack squad of certified teachers in those spaces to handle the needs of our students. And this is an expectation I have as a board member.
I just want to say
I share your desire. There's a couple things. One is we have at Vernon Hills and at LHS next year, we have taken content area teachers in math and reading literacy English and allocated them to our pause intervention program in a way that we hadn't been doing before. So that has significantly increased the amount of FTE assigned to our pause program to support our most vulnerable learners. We have also added some FTE to our lab in terms of a certified teacher who is helping to coordinate, as well as a English, math, and science teacher to help coordinate the interventions for our freshman level. Now, we have competing values, because if you give me an unlimited budget, I will put a teacher in that MASH every single period in every single subject. But right now, because we have fiscal responsibility and student achievement, we are working very hard to try to meet our student learning needs and to do so in a responsible and sustainable way for our district. When we scale up, we have almost 2,000 students at Libertyville, and they are taking, if you just consider their 5 core subjects, right, over an 8-period day, you would need 5 core teachers times 8 periods. That's 40 people assigned to just our academic resource center alone. So we certainly agree that there is no better intervention than a student working with a teacher. Absolutely. But as a board, as a school community, we are attempting to try to find ways to maximize our students' connection with their teachers while extending the ability of a teacher to support a child through a high-quality educational support personnel to fill those broader areas of need that we have.
I don't mean this as a gotcha. I think the elephant in the room is that we may have room in the budget for this. And we know we do because our FTE decreased this year. And when you tell me we would need the equivalent of 40 classroom teachers, and I think to myself, sure, for each period, right? If one teacher had each period, right? If we hired certified staff specifically to staff those areas throughout the day, I could be wrong, but I don't think it's the equivalent of 40 certified teachers.
It's 40 periods.
40 periods, right. So, but what I'm saying is, how many periods does an average FTE teacher teach? 5. 40 divided by 5, math. 8. Times 2, 16. We lost some. I think we have, I could be wrong, board members, colleagues, I could be wrong. I think we have room to bring some on. It would certainly be a decision that we have to look at very carefully in terms of fiscal responsibility, if we can afford additional certified staff. I'm just bringing up another option here. And I would love to see what the actual numbers reflect. What actually can we do while still being fiscal stewards of our district? Stewards in finance, stewards in quality of education. How do those meet? How do those mesh? How do they marry harmoniously?
Hi, I heard budget come up. There are many positions in our district that I could foresee someone saying, certified teacher would be a great qualification to have for somebody to do that job. The reality is that school systems across the industry have realized they don't have the resources to do everything that they want to do. And you have to find the balancing act where is that right balance to employ certain types of positions to fill spots, some that you have to by law, you have no choice. Other ones you have flexibility in what you want to do. No one system can do everything that they want to do. They have to find a balancing act. And so what I can tell you on a big picture level is the same thing that I told you in February or January, was that there are not enough resources to do everything that everybody wants to do. There are not enough resources to meet every request. It just doesn't exist. I'm not here to tell you what your priorities should be. I'm here to try to tell you in aggregate what you can afford and the implications of some of your decisions. You can choose to hire teachers to do this. You can do that. Not any one decision is unaffordable. It's the aggregate of all the other things in conjunction. And so my role is to try to help all of us see the long term. In the short term, you could hire however many that number was, teachers to do that job. And my intention is not to pick on teachers. You could hire a group of people, you could hire 100 people to do this work. You could hire one-on-one aides for every single diagonal mover. You don't have the money to do that. And when you do that, you will put the rest of the system in jeopardy. 70% of our budget goes to employ the 500 or some people that are here. My goal is to never allow the district, without, I guess, being informed, to be in a position where you have to lay people off because you don't have money. I don't want that to happen. In order to do that, there's not one thing that you can change that will do that in the long term. So there's a balancing act. I think what the team is trying to do is trying to find the balancing act to what my understanding is what they think will work and be successful, and something that's not going to compromise this over the long term. The thing I'll say that I said back in February was, in my opinion, the trend of where our surplus is going is not sufficient in order to maintain the fiscal integrity of the district. If we continue down the path, the surplus mathematically should be closer to 1.2 million every year, just to keep the status quo on the district's health. Not to mention other funds to do other projects. That's my honest sense. So if you continue a path and say, all else being equal, say you get closer to 300,000 as your annual surplus, you will see the district's financial health degrade over time. I know that's difficult, and there are many, if not everyone in any system that believes you spend too much on X and not enough on Y. Not everybody agrees on all of those things. So it's difficult to find that balance. And many areas of our system are advocating appropriately for more funding for their area. There's a reason why some of those decisions fall on the board and management to do those things, is because we're accountable to pay for it. as well. And that is the role that you're doing, listening to voices, understanding the concerns, and doing the best job you can at trying to meet those concerns within the constraints that you have. That's simply what you can do. So again, not any one decision will make or break this district, but it's depending on if you do this, then that means you can't do that. And I can't tell you what that other thing is because there's 100 other things that right now are all up in the air. And right now we're trying to see like how much, what does each little thing get? And by the time it settles down, we kind of know where the fiscal year is going. So that's.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, I was simply just going to say, Dan, you know, we've had the pleasure of working together now for 3 years, and I always have you on my shoulder saying, we can do anything, but we can't do everything. And I value what you're saying, and I appreciate it. And, you know, I think highly of all the assessment and data that you bring us. Only this to say, if this is our area of focus right now, that the public, our teachers, our students, our parents, the board seems to be feeling is most urgent to put our attention on, then perhaps this is at the very moment where we can take funds that are available and allocate them accordingly if we want this to be successful, if we want this to be a strong rollout. So thank you for reminding us of that.
One of the questions I had when I was looking through the student populations, as I know heterogeneous is changing next year in 9th grade, but what I was trying to wrap my brain around with APA, hypothetically, if a student that was in a team taught class currently, 9th, 10th, and 11th, successfully gets a C or better in that class, the APA would now require them to go into college prep, no?
APA is not based on student grades. It's based on student test scores.
But I thought we were also given that the qualification was meets or exceeds, plus they have gotten a C or better in the class below. Is that not the qualification for APA? 2.0
No, not for
GPA?
APA.
What you're referring to is some of the additional things that we look at for the equal opportunity schools, not necessarily the ninth grade. What EOS looks at is a holistic view of the student who may not meet APA's threshold to be exposed to honors or an AP class, but demonstrates fidelity in their coursework, has teacher recommendation, and has a GPA that is comparable to students who are in an AP class. And when we say a GPA that's comparable, what the algorithm looks at is our students who are already in AP, not students who have never taken AP, but students who are already in AP, and the top 25 percentile of GPAs there. For us, it is a 3.2. A student can have a 3.2. A student can have teacher recommendations, but a student may not necessarily meet the benchmark on a standardized test because we do know that standardized tests have some cultural biases. The point of EOS is to identify students of color and low-income students and remove that particular barrier. They have demonstrated in our classes that they are able to attain the work that our teachers are giving them. It's the test that is the barrier for these particular students.
Thank you for sharing that. I think my confusion, can you please, and I agree with that. What is the criteria for moving to the next most rigorous class under the APA?
The PSAT.
Is meets or exceeds?
Yes.
I would like to ask a slightly different area of question, and we've talked about teachers throughout this presentation. But what I'm struggling with is that the teachers have come to the board repeatedly with concerns, red flags. We keep saying we've given you all these resources. Teachers are consistently telling us that they're not prepared or they're not supportive To me, it feels like we're asking the right hand of one person and the left leg of another person to drive one car. And I cannot reconcile this at this point. So how can we be, two questions. One, how can we be successful in anything if the entire team, which includes our teachers, are not standing and marching right next to you? And two, what steps do we need to take to get them there? I think without these two, I can't, it doesn't line up in my head. So I'm not sure who can answer that question.
I think the work that we have put together to support our teachers and have been in the past is admirable. It's not enough. Our district, when we look at some of the past patterns with the 70-30 rule and the fact that that law was passed in the late 2000s, but we did not hold ourselves accountable to implementing that until this year. That's not to blame anyone. It's to say that some of the things that have been changing throughout education in the state of Illinois, we put on pause. And we are now accountable to laws and other things that are requiring us to change some of our practices more quickly than other districts who took some of those things into stride along the way. And yes, it is placing additional stress on our teachers. And we are trying to find ways to increase the amount of time they have to work together, to find innovative ways for them to learn some of the things that they're requesting to learn. But some of the things I'm really glad that John looked back at some of his notes. We have been working on differentiation since 2015. When I was a new teacher candidate in 1991, Teaching 101 was how to meet the needs of diverse learners. So while I empathize with the teachers who don't feel as prepared as they would like to be, we have excellent teachers. They want to be excellent next fall. It's hard to have that confidence when you're going to be facing a slightly more diverse group than you've had before. But I know their perception is that they aren't ready. But I would put our teaching staff against any teaching staff in the state of Illinois with their capacity to meet the needs of our students. We can do hard things.
What could we do to get them ready? Because at the end of the day, right, all these changes that we are talking about, let's say, let's get past that whether we need to implement these or not. If it's the letter of the law, then we do need to implement this, right? But then what is the structure needed to support this, and what is the most important part of this? We can talk all day till we get blue in the face about communication. We can always do better on that, right? And we've acknowledged that in here. But the part that is still missing to me in this conversation is that the main ingredient for success in here is the teachers being prepared to support this change, to support this sweeping change. And I still have not seen anything that addresses how do we get them prepared? How do we make them feel prepared? How do we make them feel supported? I think first we need to acknowledge the fact that they are not there right now. They are not there feeling supported. They are not there feeling that they are equipped to deal with this change. So I think let's acknowledge that fact and then start making steps on, this is a plan. This is a draft plan. So how do we get them there? And work really hard towards that, because without that, this is going to be very hard for us to achieve, because we can sit here as administrators saying that we want to do this, but the teachers are the ones who are going to make us successful. So let's acknowledge that as the baseline, and then we have work to do from there.
Here's if we had teachers coming here and saying, if you look across, for example, I'm just giving examples here, but you have a college level, you have an AP, you have an honors, you've got 3 levels, and then you've got multiple subjects. If you had teachers coming here and saying, here is what I'm going to do for my AP calculus class versus here's what I'm going to do for my honors lit class, that would at least give me confidence that they feel like they have what they need. But when I looked at the entire presentation and I'm looking at each slide calling on teacher has to do this, teacher has to do that, teacher has to do that. So if I'm not even a teacher and I got nervous, so I have to now teach possibly a more diverse class. I'm also dealing with curriculum rewrite for these 9th graders and presumably working on 10th grade for next year's rollout. I also have to do tier 1 intervention. Sorry, I might not use all the right words because I'm not from this industry. There's also grading changes. I mean, the list keeps going. How can one person at one slice in time do so much and still be successful? I don't work in this industry, but I spend 50 hours of my week for many years running transformation programs across big companies. I would never take on a project where my entire team is not standing shoulder to shoulder with me saying, yes, it's hard, but we are with you, we'll work it out. That's one thing I'm not getting from this conversation. Let me know, I can speak for myself. What can I do as a board member to help this situation out? But to me, this is too much of a red flag.
The purpose of tonight's presentation was to share with you our draft plan and to give you updated data and to seek feedback. So I think we've heard that you're willing to invest additional resources to increase access to certified teachers, and you would like continued specificity in the plan that we bring back on April 29th.
It feels to me like, August is coming. And right now our teachers they're teaching, so they're already busy. So then the training that we're doing to get ready for that really falls to the summer. Not all teachers are available during the summer. There were a number of times where I did summer curriculum work, and I think that I found it very valuable. There was on page 4, I think under the teachers chart, it said D128 will support expanded staff requests and target development needs that align with and significantly support our strategic plan, such as D128 Summer University. What does that mean? Like, what does that look like?
Well, what that currently is staff members and administrators have been able to submit different professional development opportunities that teachers and staff members in the district can sign up for during the summer to grow and expand and deepen their knowledge and their skills. So some of those we could potentially bring in an outside expert to teach a course. Most of them, though, are our current District 128 staff members volunteering to teach a course for their colleagues. It's actually not volunteering, they get paid to do that. So we have increased.
They get paid to do that, and the teachers get paid to take it.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So they, in the past, there could have been requests for D128 Summer University that were not approved due to the budget and the resources available. So what we have worked to do is to maximize the resources we have to expand the approvals for District 128, putting priority on offerings that would directly prepare a teacher or staff member for success working with a broader bandwidth of students, a diagonal mover, or a more heterogeneous classroom. So that is one piece of a comprehensive way that we would try to support our staff.
And can I ask how many teachers have signed up or will be? I'm guessing in May is when you would ask for staff development projects.
I don't have that data right now because I believe we have till April 29th is when the proposals are due. And then we would be putting the offerings out for staff at that time.
And have we done this before in the summer times? And how were they attended in previous years?
I don't have the specific data. I think last year was low, but I can't speak with any authority on that. I haven't reviewed the data.
Okay.
I just want to add a few things as you contemplate building out the plan. One absolute key feature of every good plan is a plan B and an exit plan, no matter what it is. So what happens if the teachers, you don't have enough teachers sign up for these classes? What happens? What happens if you have a large volume of students who decide they want to come down to an easier class? What's the plan for that? These are all plans that I would like to see, given that we are really very much cutting this really, really close right now. Because you're talking about bringing the final plan at the end of April. You have 1 month left and school year ends. That is uncomfortably close. So you have to have very solid plan Bs in each of these areas. And I'd like to see what that is, because some of those may come with additional needs for funds. We need to know what that is before it actually happens. You don't want to think of plan B after something has gone wrong. So this is still a fairly optimistic plan that I see that will offer all these opportunities, but there's no mention of what happens if no one takes them. So please keep that in mind for the next meeting.
I agree with Sonal. I mean, in the industry that we come from, it's called a rollback plan, where if you can't make that change or there's too many red flags or too many things happening that we aren't able to keep up with that, what's our backup plan? What's our plan to change and address all the fallout that comes from that? I'm not saying that happens, but we need to be prepared for certain scenarios and educate ourselves what's the impact of doing that and who needs to be involved to making those decisions and what are the decisions to be made.
Are there any other comments on this topic? Okay, we've gotten through our first agenda item. So now we are for discussion going on to 3B, board policies, first reading. I would just like to say that we have recently redone all of our board policies. If anybody here has a specific question about one, great, but if not, our first reading is both this meeting and our next meeting, and we could shelve this for now.
Great.
Yeah, so this is, yes. Again, this is our first meeting. You have a first meeting at your board meeting, April 29th, and then a second reading in May.
Okay, so can we move ahead with this agenda item?
Yes.
Like go past it?
Yes.
All right, let's go on to educational tours.
Yeah, we have one tour that is in front of you tonight. It is a tour to France. You see the price that is there for $5,473 per student or guardian. With this type of travel, the insurance that we require for trips can only be 48 hours. So sometimes we try and get 24 just to notify you that these travel agencies set that time at 48 hours. We are making sure that's part of the trip, but that will be the expectation for that. And the individual planning this has done a nice job. It meets all the other expectations that we have as a district.
And to the French teachers, je parle français un petit peu, so if you need someone,
Just, I'm offering.
We'll pass that.
All right, so let's, yes, do we have any questions about the educational tour? And for some reason, I'm not moving forward. Right, that'll be part of the consent vote agenda. Okay. Employment of employees, right?
These are regular employment of employees on our regular timeline, some hires and some resignations. And then these will go to the consent agenda at the April board meeting.
And are there any questions regarding that? Very good. Let's move ahead to the annual education support staff report.
So if you recall back in March, we did our certified staffing report. And so following that and following the sectioning for our students, we met as a team to review our ESP staffing for the 24-25 school year. And so let me review our recommendations for the staffing. First, in special education. In special education, our staffing is based on students, their needs and programmatic needs. And so our recommendation is at LHS to decrease 2 ESP aides in special services, Vernon Hills, no change, and at transition pathways to increase 1 ESP. Staying in that same department, we are making another recommendation. We currently, we have a position at the district office that's a student services administrative assistant. It's a 12-month position. That position, right now, just to let you know, is currently unoccupied. We had a recent resignation. That position provides shared support to the buildings for student and services and special education, 504, home hospital, therapeutic placement. Our recommendation to help better support our schools is to take that position, that 12-month position, eliminate it, and then add back in 2 positions, 2 10-month positions at the one being at Libertyville High School and one being at Vernon Hills High School. So the ESP administrative assistant positions. And again, we believe that this would better support our schools and our departments by moving these positions into the buildings. They would be 10-month positions, so 2 10-month positions with also probably some, like a lot of our 10-month positions, there are some summer hours that we need our 10-month positions to work over the summer. So that is our recommendation. There would be no person affected because again, there was a recent resignation and that job is posted, but we would be making this recommendation and then changing that posting to have 2 positions, 1 at each school.
So just to be sure I'm clear, you're recommending redeploying a district position and transferring it to the buildings?
Correct.
Okay.
Moving on to really in the pause and kind of the lab areas. Again, the pause, this area is staffing is based on students and our programmatic needs. You saw our student and programmatic needs drive the certified staffing back in March. So looking at our pause, teachers, looking at our support that, and I think John Gilliam mentioned, the support that we had in numeracy literacy in our pause at both buildings. And also the support that we had with English, math, and science of having a certified staff member help to facilitate those programs in both those buildings. So there was already an increase in certified. Looking at the programmatic, we would be looking to, the way the new program is, a pause aide position would be eliminated at each building. So Libertyville High School does have somebody in that position. Vernon Hills does not have somebody in that position. But then our recommendation is, as we talked about, to increase 3 of those lab positions, math, science, and English. So that'd be 6 additional positions across the district to help support our students. And then our last recommendation is to reduce our world language lab aid at Vernon Hills. We had discussed this previous years. We eliminated this position at Libertyville before. We brought it up last year, and then this was our last year of that position at Vernon Hills High School.
Do you think these recommendations or requests might change as our MTSS model is kind of expanded?
So there, if you're looking at would there be increases, there could be increases. Just similar to, if there's changes over the summer in student schedules, we increase certified staff if we need to, and we did that this past year in some of our classes. And so if there are additions, then we could possibly come back with a recommendation to add ESP staff.
But I just want to clarify, this staffing plan does not include some of the draft plans that we presented to you tonight. So that would be in addition to what Bryant has prepared. And we will make that very clear at the April 29th meeting, what the initial staffing recommendation was based on student course request in general, and then the additional staffing we think we need to support diagonal movers.
So the 3 pause lab aides for math, science, and English, isn't that a part?
That was
of what
from the 9th grade, because we did know the number of students who were placed. Again, pause is a class where students have to give up an elective and be placed in that class. So we knew those enrollment numbers and those recommendations earlier because they were placed in the intervention classes. Others, the parts that we've been talking about tonight, the diagonal movers, we didn't know those until the kids made their choices, because those weren't placement based. Those were student choices that they made. So our freshman plan was, we developed that in January and February, because we knew which students' scores required that they be placed in pause, where the plan we've been discussing tonight came to you after March, because we needed to see which courses and how many students were going to accept the automatic placement or choose to deny the automatic placement. So we've been doing this in 2 stages based on the information that we have for student enrollment.
I have one question about the Vernon Hills, I think, language lab. I kind of remember there being a lot of discussion on this, and one of the actions may have been taken, but I cannot recall, was finding out if it's been successful at LHS, which I kind of remember that it wasn't. So can you kind of jog our memory about where that entire discussion landed last year as it pertains to language labs? Sorry, I should have asked this question before, but
Yeah, I think it's a fair question. The teams, you're right. This time last year, we were having a lot of discussions about our world language lab. And if you recall, Libertyville had gotten rid of their language lab some years before. Vernon Hills still had a language lab. And in fairness, the teachers at Vernon Hills were still asking to keep that lab. And our decision last year was to keep that lab for another year. And then this year, have teacher teams work with department leaders to do investigation, to do some sandbox with some of the software that's available to take full access and advantage of the one-to-one solutions that we have with students, so that they could be doing the work that is done in a language lab in their own instructional environment in the classroom. So those departments have worked all year to figure that out and have come to a solution. I don't have it in front of me right now, but they've decided on a tool. That tool has been allocated in our budget. Dan was actually just recently working on a contract, trying to determine if we could do a multi-year contract or a single-year contract. But so fair question, and we've kind of done our due diligence to find a solution for that.
Okay, so it's the department, they've done the diligence and they've said, here's what we need to offer the services to our students. And based on that, we're making this decision. All right, thank you.
Is there anything else on ESP? Okay, moving on to the Title IX audit for our extracurricular activities.
Yes, as part of my position, I oversee extracurricular activities for the district. Over the years, we perform our own internal self-audits. So that would be utilizing information from the National Federation of High Schools. And so our athletic directors look at the number of students that participate in our various sports, look at the sports that we offer, look at the sports that we offer, and also by gender and the number of students that participate in those sports. We look at our budgets and how much money is being spent across the district in the various sports, looking at scheduling of our events, when games are being scheduled, male versus female sports, when practices are being scheduled, the use of facilities and social media. However, I think one of the things that we would like to recommend is to have a external audit of our extracurriculars. So that would be fine arts, extracurricular activities, and then also athletics, to have a comprehensive audit of our if we're in line with Title IX regulations. So we are budgeting and planning for this for the 24-25 school year. And that would be something that I would oversee for the district, and then work closely with our fine arts department chairs, our student activities directors, principals, and athletic directors at the schools.
Any questions? Okay, we're moving forward. The consolidated district plan, this is something that's filed every year. Thank you for taking up that mantle.
Absolutely. And thank you to our team. We have a fantastic team. I worked with Kelly and Dan on this, and as you know, this is required to be put in place by ISB. It reflects on our needs and then things we're going to be doing with the grants that we apply for to meet those needs. And we have 6 federal grants that are included, and Title III has been added to that this year. There are 2 different components of Title III, and we were encouraged by ISB to apply for both. We have done that, and now we will learn what we qualify for as we move forward. But the consolidated district plan is put in place to basically allow us, once it's approved by our board and approved by ISB, then it allows us to actually apply for the grants and get funds. So it is a comprehensive document that has been updated to represent where we're going next year.
And I will say super hard to read, but you expand.
There are limits to what, because we have to use
Their
IWAS
form.
and ISB to print this out. It generates it, and it generates it as you see it. If there was another way we could do it, I would.
We've learned to
I would
adapt.
help you with your evening reading to help you sleep by getting that bigger.
Is there any, I mean, are there anything within the document that could be expanded for what we're trying to implement as far as the APA?
That's a good question. I think the things that we have utilized in our title grants, it's really Title II that is going to support that. So some of the information in there is helping support that as we move forward. Title III as well, but very specifically to our EL students. But in terms of these grants for our district are not huge grants. So they're not the kind of thing that's going to pay for 16 teachers, to be implemented. But they are things, like I said, in Title II that helps, Title III that helps. It's focused help on for our students.
Okay. Moving on to the exploration of sustainability policy at D128.
gets
So
to take
again, this was a request made to the board
Yeah.
by students who sent a petition and asked for the board to consider this in the future. I realize that tonight's meeting, we might not have time to give it its full due, but I did want to make sure that students understood it was received and that the board will consider it at a future meeting.
Yeah, I have to admit, I did not read the 80-page policy for this meeting, so I'm glad that we're going to give ourselves some time. Okay, moving on to the 24-25 proposed committee and board meeting schedule. It looked very normal.
I know there was a question about the November 11th date was one particular question, whether that could be moved to November 18th. I think when we looked at the calendar, it's usually based off of when Thanksgiving and when the III conference is. I
Right.
still think it could possibly move to November 18th because the III conference is later that week.
Yeah.
So they're.
I like the idea, since we have enough Mondays in November,
Mhm.
separating the committee meeting by 2 weeks from the board meeting. I think it gives this team more time to prepare. And since it's not the week of Thanksgiving and it's the Monday, it's almost a week before the III conference, it seems like an option. So if we could consider that.
And we'll look to see, make sure there's no other conflicts, but
Sure.
we can, I have that marked down.
And I had the same question for the December board meeting as well. We have it scheduled right now to have our committee and board meeting on the 9th. And I am suggesting we consider moving the board meeting to December 16th, primarily, not just because it gives us a chance to separate them, but in case there are action items that come up prior to the end of the calendar year, it gives us one more meeting to take action on things that might need to be attended to before winter break.
I think those are excellent suggestions. This was a rollover of our historical calendar, but I think you're right in looking back at some of our December decisions. It would have been nice to have more time.
Sometimes those triple meetings are, it's better to separate them, have time to work on the topics and then come back and revisit. So I agree.
I think it would be helpful to also add when we have the budget discussions, even if there's a little asterisk here that shows when the budget discussions take place in summer during some of these.
You mean the special meetings?
Yeah. Like we have to approve the budget. We have to declare
Yeah,
the budget.
was it
closed
June
session.
10th or something? We were looking for a special meeting.
So for the last few years, we have asked the board to have a separate special meeting in June because we can't get all of the work done that we need to have the budget approved, and that is on our F&F committee meeting. So I know Dan will be speaking to that shortly. But again, that is a historical pattern for the board to only have one meeting in June and one meeting in July. So that's the calendar that we presented to you, but we would be open to adding a second meeting in June if that's the will of the board.
Yeah, and we can add special meetings during the year. This is just the standard meeting schedule that we would like to approve so that we have them all out there, so public, so that we know them, we can get them on the calendar.
So I guess I'm curious, we have had 2 meetings in June for the last 2 years. Is that something that you'd like us to memorialize in the regular calendar or to continue with scheduling special meetings as needed to approve the budget?
Don't have a preference.
I like the way that we've been doing it. If we need an additional meeting, then we can have it. But June is typically, I know, since it's the end of the school year, we have a lot of people that take vacation. So instead of codifying 2 meetings, if we can make the 1 meeting in June work, it would be my preference to let that stand because we can always add a special meeting if that's what's necessary.
Yeah, and based on people's schedules, whether they're traveling or whatever, it might not be on that that same day too. We might have to move it to a Tuesday or the following Monday, whatever, and it gives us the flexibility to do that.
Right.
If we
without
made it a special meeting without making it part of the standard schedule.
I agree.
Okay.
I think the crux, I think the crux of that additional meeting is the idea of if you have a budget hearing for legal adoption before, on a different day than you adopt the budget, that the timeline to be able to do that in a reasonable way is not realistic without something in the middle of June. It doesn't, so that is really the crux of what would be driving that. So I guess if every year you would want to have a meeting earlier in June to have a hearing, and I'm saying we won't have time to do it in May. So then you would have this every year. And if you know you're going to have this every year, would it be more helpful to at least let people know in advance, internally and externally, that this is likely going to happen every year? Something to consider.
Yeah. So are we taking action on this calendar at the April board meeting?
Yes,
We have
that's,
to adopt it.
yes.
Yeah.
We can incorporate the feedback that you've shared with us and bring back the revised calendar.
Very good. Okay, moving on to future agenda items. There's a lot of them.
The only thing I might add is there was a recent webinar updating districts who are participating in the social media litigation. I have not yet had time to view it, but I will do that before the next meeting. And I can give just a really brief update on where that stands, because I know all the districts have received the request for information that is required in order to participate. So perhaps we could just bring a really brief update as to when we might have that complete. And then I can give whatever of the high-level highlights of that webinar, just to keep the district informed of that pending lawsuit. And that's something that we voluntarily are participating in. It is litigation to hold social media companies accountable for the current mental health crisis.
I also thought we were going to add this plan that we discussed today to April 29th. Which one of it is this on the 29th? Which of these bullets is that?
I don't see it in there.
We will add that. Yes,
Okay.
it was just an oversight.
All right,
Thank you
that's
for
fine.
noticing.
And I would actually recommend that we should have this as a standing agenda item, at least for the foreseeable future, as these things gives us a forum to talk about it. As you know, I'm sure we'll have people, community members reach out to us after this, and it's going to keep happening. So I think this should be a standard till we say we don't
Monthly
need
update.
it. Yeah,
Okay.
that's all I have.
I'm going to adjourn the PNP meeting, and I'm going to use this gavel. So you.
Do we want a 5?
I'd like to stretch for a
break?
minute.
Yeah.
Grab some
So
water.
we'll be back.
And thank you to the teaching and learning team for being here in full force this evening. We're going to switch gears to F&F, so if you need to travel home, please do so safely.
Program and Personnel Committee meeting adjourned. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next. Currently on break. Facilities and Finance Committee meeting up next.
Was that to me?
Okay, we're back. I'd like to call to order the Facilities and Finance Committee meeting for April 15th. We already did the pledge, so we can, it's not even on the agenda, so I don't know why I said that. We'll start off with an invitation for public comment. I know we have at least one here.
Hi, my name is Samantha Phillips. I am here tonight as a taxpayer. I live in the community. And I want to speak directly to the members of the board who are elected to represent me as a constituent. I want to thank you for the many questions that you've asked this evening. You've helped me gain some clarity on what is part of the plan and what's missing. I'm a curious person by nature, and I think tough questions are imperative to driving meaningful discussions and discovering the best solutions together. Here are some additional questions I would like to see asked as this plan for supporting our students is refined. Knowing how to differentiate and creating the materials to differentiate, sorry, this echo is so bizarre. For a new makeup of students for multiple preps are two very different things. Capacity is not just about talent and knowledge. It's about time, energy, and focus. How are you giving teachers time? How are you sustaining teachers' energy? How are you allowing teachers to focus their efforts meaningfully on targeted initiatives? The course selection window closed on February 12th, over 2 months ago. Why couldn't diagonal movers be identified earlier in order to give us more time to plan for and build out supports? You stated that the MASH and ARC support will be enhanced so students can drop in before school, during school, and after school for support from targeted educational personnel. You mentioned exploring potential ways to staff this. One of these solutions was asking staff who have been released from their duty to take on an additional job for a stipend. Many of these teachers are AP teachers who have been given that duty release for a purpose, to have time to support students in accessing college-level curriculum. What might the domino effect be of these teachers taking on and the additional extra assignment in lieu of their AP duty release? Furthermore, how do we know that we will find the right people to staff this intervention? Will we have a sufficient number of retired teachers interested in the position? You mentioned PD focused on high-impact instruction. Are 3 45-minute optional lunch and learns sufficient in order to prepare to support diagonal movers, especially when teachers have 3 to 4 preps? You also listed fall and spring D128 university courses as a means for preparation. How many of these courses ran? How many teachers participated? How many students can be supported by varsity tutor at any given time? It's available 24/7, but for how many students at once? How do we know that the service provides adequate support for our most rigorous courses? Have we tested this? Teachers have reported that there's not enough time to prepare for and implement all of these changes. The solutions you suggested to account for a lack of time either take away from instructional time or require teachers to adjust to a new schedule. Another big change. Why not slow down? I have a list of additional questions, but I know that it's been a long evening. I have 8 additional questions, but I will share those via email if that seems like a more appropriate way to
That would be great.
do that and respect your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Sam. Anyone else want to address the Facilities and Finance Committee? Okay.
Hello again. It became apparent tonight that the plan for support for the kids is not in the plan.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, you got to get right on that microphone.
Hello. All right,
Yeah.
the plan that I heard tonight is the kids' support is going to be out of the classroom, not in the classroom. So it's going to be up to the students to go to an ARC or the MASH to get some of that extra support. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Another thing, you know, we're allowed 3 minutes here, but we just sat through 3 hours of just, and you guys have the longest board meetings. I've been to D220, 73, 68, 70, and you guys have the longest board meetings. Just go online and look. Yours are the longest of anybody's. You guys got to stop this. It's getting ridiculous. You're boring people to death. Okay, referendum. There were supposed to be community engagement meetings that you posted publicly in one of the recent board meetings. People went to the meeting on Saturday at Vernon Hills High School, and there was nothing there. You guys communicated nothing to the community about it. Also, when you talk about finances, Dan, where to cut things, I think this half of the tables over here was over $2 million in salaries. Also, you need to get this fixed, this echo. You guys should have done a little beta before you started. $2 million in salaries over here. So, you know, when you want to start talking about, you know, where you're going to find money, you have 250 teachers and 280 administrators and staff, which, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Herman gave a 10% raise last year too. You have one of the highest staff administrator ratios in the state, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe you need to start taking a look at head count in that area, not at the teacher level, and bring back the teachers in. You also hired, Ms. Herman, 2 new assistant superintendents that are AWOL and not even in the district. One of them can't even come on the property. She's banned from the property from what we saw in the FOIA request. And That alone was probably a $400,000 mistake on your part. And then where's Bowen? She's been AWOL for a couple months. How much is that costing us? So again, there's all these costs that have been incurred by bad personnel decisions and bad decisions that are being managed by the superintendent. And then, we FOIA'd Mr. Wegley's payroll stub. It shows $850 an hour is what it shows on the payroll stub that Mr. Bryant Kelly sent us in our FOIA request. If that is the case, that's a $1.7 million annualized salary. But we realize that's probably a big mistake on your part, but it just goes to show kind of the chaos that you guys create around here with information. It didn't even get correct. It literally says hourly on it, 850 and number of hours, 10. So again, you guys are so loose. You need to practice better fiduciary and financial responsibility. And Mr. Mattson and Mr. Carmichael, it's hard not to recognize that you two guys say yes to about everything.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to comment? Okay.
Thank you for the long meeting. First of all, I agree with John about the sound system, but I'm pretty sure this is probably a last minute thing. So I like to take time out to recognize the audio and visual people to pull this off. I think they did a pretty good job. Don't you guys think so?
Yeah.
Last minute. I also like to thank Libertyville High School because apparently I'm pretty sure they gave up their gym for them to set this up. So it's a very lengthy meeting, and I really thank the board members. I know that you guys aren't getting paid, and this is crazy how long these meetings are. I just want to say that, again, me being a stickler about these surveys, I know they have a dollar amount behind them. And if we can bring some teachers back on board, Dr. K, or I forget who it was, I believe it was Dan, said, if you go that route, you're going to miss out on buying this other stuff. I think there's going to have to be a common ground somewhere to find the funds. If it's true that this gentleman's getting $850 an hour, that's crazy. It sounds like it's not. There might be a typo because he keeps saying no. So board members, I just want to kind of, make sure that you guys are keeping a hawk eye on the budget. And hopefully, the people can, I think what's going to take is going to be resources for the teachers to feel better. I understand what the law is. But Dr. K's presentation about the resources that people will have, all this online stuff, that's going to be garbage. Webinars for this, these parents, these children that are struggling, they're not going to use those resources. So please make sure that whatever resources you agree to pay for, that it's going to be practical resources. Dr. K's recommendations sound great, but I already know that's going to fall short. These parents are not going to have access to that. Why some kids are struggling versus others, the Black and Hispanic. You can extrapolate all you want on why they're struggling, but there's only so much you can do at the school level. A lot of the problems these kids have is outside the school and it's in their homes. One example is if you look at the Asian kids, they're blowing everybody out of the water. They're doing much better than some of these races. So, saying that these kids, you can help these kids based on what you can do here is one thing, but I think a lot of the issues that these kids have is outside of the school and maybe in their neighborhoods. So thank you for your time again. Keep a close eye on that budget, and thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Yeah, if you want to keep an eye on the budget, you came to the right meeting. Okay, anybody else? Okay, moving on. The FY25, yes, we're talking about the budget for fiscal year 25. Budget hearing date is the first on the agenda.
So back in December, when we talked about the resolution to begin preparations for the fiscal 25, we talked about timing and when a budget hearing could be. But at that meeting, I said, you don't have to make a decision right now, but now we're in April and now you do have to make a decision. And so it seemed like from that meeting that June 10th was the preferable option. So I just wanted to make sure that we know, y'all know, and that we can, get this out there and publish and everything, that June 10th, we're going to hold a special meeting as a hearing for the budget.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Moving on, again, FY25 preliminary budget update.
Yeah, this is, so we don't have the entire, the expenditure side of the budget figured out, and there's a lot of things still up in the air that we're working on. But I do have revenues there for you, and it does look like revenues are going to be up about 5%. So, so I have that information for you. Salaries and benefits, we don't have. We're still working on all that in our system to calculate. We're still looking at insurance, not quite double-digit increases, but it's still significant. And then our positions. And so what you can see here, this is essentially the net effect of all the things that we've talked about, which is the staffing plan today, but even the staffing plan before. This is the net impact of all of that in terms of the number of positions that I'm budgeting for. At this point, that's preliminary, and then if things change, we'll adjust it from there. But that's the net impact of everything that you see. And so in total, including the contingency for teachers, I've historically not budgeted because for several years we never used it. And my intention on budgeting is to try to do what I think is likely to happen. Over the last 2 years, it has shown me it is more likely than not at this point that we are going to use the contingency for teachers. So at this point, I'm going to budget her 527.94 FTE in those various categories. So that's a net increase of 1.9 at this point from where we budgeted and what we staffed, or where we were last year. Department budgets we're still working through, but we've been working through some good information. I'll have more to share on that. Professional learning, we've established those. That bucket is a little bit smaller, and then capital outlay is still in progress. So there's information that I have for you on the revenue side. 5% is up. We do have some other items that are up. We have some items that are down. That's kind of normal, but it's no surprise that our revenues match essentially what CPI is. That's very common, and to no surprise there.
Okay.
Once we have more information in terms of preliminary is a big round idea. It's not very, very specific. Once we have that information, we'll send that to you. If not sooner than the board meeting for April 29th, and then in May, we would have the tentative budget, which is way more detailed, down to person, account number, all those kinds of things.
Okay.
That's as a result of all the meetings that you're having with each department, going over requests, correct?
Yes, and staffing, getting that into our system to do that. And so right now we've gone through processed raises, or what we are guessing are raises at this point for a lot of positions, making sure we have all the positions accounted for, and now we're attaching benefits to all of them and making sure we're accounting for the health insurance and dental insurance for every person, those kinds of things. That's the stuff we're going through right now.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Any board member have any comments, questions? Or nope. Okay, moving on.
Actually, if you could
Go ahead.
just remind me the 0.4 add on the admin row, what that is?
That was for the expanded department chair for English language learners. And we started that as a part-time, and we said that as our enrollment would increase, we would expand that. And so that's what that increase is for.
And that is something that is required by law, given the population of students we
It's
have?
not required that you increase it by 0.4. What's required is that once you hit 200, you have to have an identified staff member. There's a lot of flexibility you can. I think the recommendation from administration was to use this position that's already a 0.6 in that role, and just basically take away the teaching duties away from that individual and put them fully into the EL role.
And that's over both buildings, correct?
buildings.
So that person is splitting their time
It-
overseeing
They
both the L
go between
programs.
buildings. They're a building position.
Okay, anything else? Okay, thanks, Dan. Radon testing update.
So as part of the process for the grant that'll run it, you have to identify a person. We identified Ozzy, who is, we call it assistant B&G director. It's really the person that oversees the facility at Vernon Hills. We identified him to take that test, and actually it might be 2 weeks ago now, he passed the test. And so now they're in consultation with the grant folks to figure out what the next steps are. So we don't know that. It's going to get scheduled. Just so you know, the radon people are like, winter is a perfect time to test. And we said, yeah, we're probably going to want to do that sooner than that. So we're working on those details. We don't really know more information at this time.
Yeah, hopefully we're past any of the winter for this year,
Yeah.
or anything that looks like it.
But if that's the professional recommendation
Yeah.
to wait for winter, I think as long as we know that we have a plan and that it's in the works, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, we'll see what the
Yeah.
folks say.
Yeah.
So
I didn't want to give you any artificial sense that the board thought that we didn't want to wait till winter. Obviously, if it's optimal, the experts say it's optimal to wait till winter to start the program, we would support that.
that's helpful. I have been operating from how do we get this done within reasonableness. So we'll talk with them and see what their recommendation, and we'll cross that bridge.
Perfect. I don't want to speak for everybody.
Do they say
but I
winter
think
because it's a lower fresh air mix or something?
Mark?
I believe that's what they think with all the windows
Because if we have
closed and everything.
AC, it wouldn't matter.
But we are bringing in fresh air.
Right.
It's not like a home
Right.
where you're sealed up tight. We actually bring in fresh air every single, we have
But you
air
bring in less in the
changeover,
winter.
to meet ASHRAE standards. It's, since he passed the test, now it's on to the American Lung Association. They hold the grant money. So, the state contacted the American Lung Association. We're just waiting to hear back from them. They'll do an assessment of the buildings, tell us definitely where we need to test, and we'll move forward.
Okay, we'll stay tuned.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
And thanks to Ozzy.
Yep. Okay, next up, property tax extension update.
So over spring break, the county, notoriously, it's always the Monday of spring break, sends out information that our extension is finalized. So we passed the levy in November, we file it, and before we know what EAV and new property is going to be, well, now we know. And so based on that information, I have two summaries in there. One is more detailed for this year, to see what was our extension last year, what did we estimate, and to see how close. We're very accurate with what we estimated. However, when you're talking nearly 100 million, that percentage is generated, it was 120,000 more than what we estimated. And the primary reason for that is new property got updated between October and January. And I'm not totally sure how we got 4 million more in EAV. That is the driving factor behind it. We didn't get $4 million, it's 4 million EAV, multiply that by the tax rate. So that's what did it. And so if you look at the history, which is one of those tabs, I've tracked back several years to show what did we estimate versus what was actual. And you could see the estimates aren't necessarily trying to say like, am I good at math? It's trying to say, is the information we get from the county reliable or not? Or so if I always knew they're off by 10%, I would make that adjustment in the estimates. Historically, the information we get from the county in October is extremely reliable. This year was not quite so much, but that is why we build in the cushion. We build in 300,000 of the cushion. We have not used much of it. If you can see that last line actual cushion we used, this year we used 120,000. So it's good that we have that practice in there, so that we're not unintentionally leaving those tax dollars on the table. So the takeaway is we're going to get about 120,000 more than what I thought we were going to back in November.
Good. Any questions, comment? Nope, it's all good. Thanks, Dan. Next up, Lakeside Transportation Extension.
So this is a 3-year renewal with Lakeside, our current provider. Last year, we were at about a 14% increase, which was difficult. But what we're trying to do is slow that down, and the best we were able to negotiate, we believe, is a 6% for 3 years. So our revenues won't match that, right? If I should, so this is going to eat up a little bit more of the pie. That's just how the math works. But this is the best we felt we could do. The only alternative is to bid this out. There's no way we could do that for this year, and even future years. Transportation is difficult for a different provider to come in. It happens, certainly happens, but it's difficult because there's a pretty significant capital investment involved. So we're going to look at our transportation system as a whole and kind of see if there's any tweaks we can do in terms of making that more affordable over the next 3 years.
Okay. Questions, comments?
No.
Sorry about that. On the whole, how is our experience with Lakeside in terms of quality of service, timeliness, all that stuff?
Our main quality of service issue that I am aware of that we were dealing with was they had not been able to fully staff the busing positions, and we were running into logistical problems. Since then, I have not heard of major issues. I know there are other districts that have major issues. None of those issues have made it to my level. We have every transportation provider has things, they'll miss routes or kids. Like we'll have things like that, but nothing that has risen to the level of what maybe some other districts are experiencing. That and high school kids are a little more resilient in terms of some of the transportation things than some other districts maybe with younger kids. So there's a few things that we've been talking about with them, the age of their fleet. So if you notice, their buses look some pretty old, but we've gotten assurances, and we've even seen, I saw one today, new buses that are coming in to kind of help rotate the system out so that you don't have too old of a fleet. Because when you have too old of a fleet, then they break down en route, and that's never what you want to happen.
But to your knowledge, nothing egregious has arisen?
No.
Okay. And then my other question would be that it says here in our notes that District 73 and District 70 contract with Lakeside also, and we work on our contract in tandem. That doesn't mean that we co-negotiate with them, but it means that we, I guess, get a sense for fair market pricing, et cetera, through them.
Yeah, the best way I can describe it is perceived. It is perceived leverage. It's not actual. We have 3 separate contracts. We have happened to do them all at the same time. We negotiate together. It's easier for them to talk to 3 of us than it is to talk to one of us. So that's that. But that said, all 3 districts could do different things. That's just what we've historically been doing for several years.
Any other questions, comments?
No.
Okay, moving on. Community engagement update. Mary.
Be happy to handle this one. We began meeting with our volunteer group for our community engagement process in February, I believe. We've been working with Creative Entourage, and we had 3 meetings of our volunteer group. In March 20th, actually, we had a meeting with the team along with Creative Entourage, and we discussed the fact that the team was brought together with the board's charge of gauging the community's preferences in terms of updating our facilities, and the fact that we have been engaged with a lot of discussion on more timely and sensitive matters. It would be a good idea to pause that work and to focus our energies on the meeting we just had with a really long discussion. So the group that came together was really great. They were in total agreement that it needed to be paused. They were very interested in staying on board with us at the time when we do decide to move forward with that work. We did not expend anything in terms of advertising any events that we were going to have. So just wanted to give you that update, and that hopefully in the future we will be able to restart.
And, we did have a contract with them, so we're trying to work all those details out, but there's a clause in there that there's a penalty that we're looking to pay, but thankfully they hadn't there's not many costs incurred yet, so they didn't run polls or surveys or anything like that is of significant cost to them that we would have been forced to. So we're still working on all of those details.
So we met our pullout date. The contract was built in with a pullout date.
A cancellation clause.
Cancellation.
Yeah.
There are a few things in the contract that allow the contract to get out. We exercised one of those clauses. It wasn't actually that one that you're referring to, and it was a different one. But we were able to use the contract to exit the contract. Still working on some of the finer details.
Okay. Other questions, comments?
Quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
The progress that was made with Creative Entourage, do you know if we were able to kind of just like put a pin in it and kind of do a true pause, maintain the work that we've done? My concern is that one day when we restart these conversations, we're going to have to pay twice for the work we've already done. So I just am curious if you have any information regarding that.
I would say that we didn't get to the point where we had done the actual work with the community, but we did a lot of pre-work, and we were able to engage a really good group of people who were very dedicated to doing this kind of work with us. So from that perspective, I think we could pick up where we left off.
There were a lot of smart suggestions.
Yes.
It was a good group.
And thank you to the board members who helped us out with that as well.
At least the one that I was in, the community members had some really good ideas of keeping information current on our website and such. I think we should still do all of those things.
That's the intention.
And we have a great logo. So we're ready to go.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good news, and I think that's the right thing to do at this point. So, any other comments or questions? Moving on, long-term capital. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Long-term capital plans.
So speaking of the community engagement around facilities pausing, I just want to speak briefly to what Dr. Herman said in the previous meeting, was that the needs of the facilities are not going to go away. The aging of the facilities does not pause. There's something about time doesn't stop, right? And so that's something that we still need to spend time on, not necessarily in that, but we need to get organized. And so one of the requests was, is there a way we can take our 10-year plan and put it on the website somewhere? So yep, absolutely. I gave you what I thought would be helpful for people to see at a summary level. The problem is once you go further into detail on that, it's more at the system level. So it's more about roofs, but it's really hard to tell like what roofs from this. It's in the comments and the notes, but it's not quite to the level of detail that at least is in my head in terms of a vision of what that would look like. So we have that information that we absolutely could get out there. In addition, there's other sources of information that we also need to account for. So there are things that we know about that we can plan on for right now. There's other things in our system that we may not necessarily be able to see right now that we know that we're going to have to address. There are requests for things to be improved. I'm still going through all the requests that we got from the buildings. We've got 111 of them, which is great. But I'm trying to kind of categorize them and process them so I can know kind of where to split them out. We've got the 10-year health, life, safety plan for Vernon Hills that we're in the process of doing. That was priority A. There's still B and C. And then LHS is going to get wrapped up this year. And we're going to have, let's just say it's more likely that LHS has more life safety concerns than Vernon Hills would due to its age. So we are going to have many different things that are going to ask or require funding for. And so what I'm trying to think of is a way to put it all together. So I would like to, at a future meeting, explore what something like that could look like. I'm looking, and even addition in the community engagement process, when we were going through all that, a lot of people are saying like, well, what do you want to do? Like, what do you want to build? Show me what you want to build. And part of the conversation was like, well, I can show you some of the stuff that we're interested in now, but also what we're talking about is stuff that we don't know about right now that we're going to know about in 5 years from now. And that was a little difficult to process because people wanted to see, show me the list of things you want now and what you want to pay for now. Very concrete, very specific. And so there's a lot of different pieces. And so I would like to look at it, show you what something could look like in terms of a process to put this all together, because this is an area that we cannot neglect as a system, especially at our level. And we have to have a good long-term system in place for that, to be ready to know what we can do and what we can't do, and to know the implications of if we add more funding, what will this do? If we have to take away funding from this, what would that do? And even be able to get a sense of like, all right, once new funding is available, here's the next things that automatically will just kind of kick in.
So I appreciate everything you just said and the complexity involved of all the different data sources for what we're looking for in terms of a document that aggregates all of it. I know that our peer districts and districts throughout the state look to you for advice for what to do. So I'm not suggesting that you need anybody else's help, but to the extent that you could take a look at what other districts do to aggregate this data And if there is a tool that exists that you feel that you could adapt, that you'd be satisfied with, I hate for you to reinvent the wheel if there are other documents that aggregate this data being used by other districts that you would feel comfortable tweaking for ours.
Mhm. That's a good suggestion that I will. Yeah, part of that is in my idea of what something would look like, what of my data sources would be, what other people are doing, so that we're not reinventing the wheel.
Yeah, because
I
we
have
can't
no,
be the
I have no interest in reinventing this.
No, I'm sure you don't, and I know you don't have the time to do that, but surely we can't be the only district that is looking for a document to aggregate this data. Certainly, other districts have grappled with the same need to see it sort of in a unified way.
One nuance I would say is what you will find most often is people do something and then it's static. We figured out this plan and here it is. 5 years from now, it's out of date and it doesn't matter. I'm looking for something that is not static, that will adjust. So
agreed.
Stay tuned. I need some time to put some information together and thoughts around it, but I just wanted to give you at least the information that you asked for in terms of what could we put out now. Absolutely, let them know. I think the newsflash is we're not going to have 7 million to do capital work for next year, not next year, fiscal 26.
Yeah.
So,
And I'm not sure that putting this information out there without any detail is really helpful to anyone.
got it.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of, you could put together a whole list of roofs last X number of years, and you can plan for new roofs here or new tuck pointing here or whatever, but those are the assumed things. There's, like you say, 2 years from now, something could come up that we need to replace boilers or something, and we weren't prepared for it. So it is a little bit of a juggling act to put something in concrete, yet, keep it flexible enough and keep it so you can adjust it along the way and make it a living document. So other questions or comments on capital planning? It's going to be a little trickier now. We're pushing things off a little bit. So next item is 911 and 915 Park Avenue.
So we had the bid openings this morning for that, so we didn't have that for the packet for the weekend, but I emailed you all the results. So we'll have that for adoption at the next meeting. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bids. 6 bids. The low bid was, help me out here. Dunleavy Construction at $57,450 to do the demolition of 911 and 915.
And was that within budget?
We were just looking at that. The whole thing ended up around 100,000. All in it, because we had to do asbestos abatement. We had to do. It's not as easy as just knocking it down. You have to make sure it's safe.
If it was just knocking it down, I would put on my helmet and boots and come help.
Yeah, we would be happy to see the insurance you have. So I don't have the other number in front of me. I'll have all that information in the packet for the board meeting.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Out of curiosity, I mean, or maybe this is talked about and I can't remember, but what is our intended use of this property after it's all cleaned up?
For right now, nothing.
Could be a soccer field, could be a parking lot, could be a, like,
Okay.
if
Tennis
building
courts, I know,
continues
was
in
on.
the area and we have to expand, we could.
It's a way to avoid being
Yeah.
landlocked.
Yeah, the key is to make it safe, so out of old
Yeah.
buildings. and
I just
stuff.
didn't remember if
Yep.
there was a plan or not. So,
There's an idea for what a plan could be.
thank you.
Other questions, comments? Okay. Thanks. Building and grounds bid results. We got the
So-
document here.
Another big thing. So we opened our bids last Monday. We had five bidders. ABM was the low bid, but the way we structured it, you don't have to take the lowest bid, and nor are we looking to, because the part of the services, we need them to be able to attract and retain quality staff, and the low bid doesn't necessarily do that all the time. So we have a rubric that accounts for qualifications of the company. By law, price still has to be the majority consideration, but it's not the only one. And so we've got ABM and HES are the two that we're looking at based on our scoring. And we're taking tours later this week, one to one of the clients for HES and then the other one to ABM. So once we have that information, we'll gather the data from the folks that are going there. There's 10,
11 of us.
11 of us going
Nice.
to visit the sites, spend a couple hours there. So
Okay.
both are multiple high school districts that we could see, older, newer, just to kind of see. And we're going to try to catch them first thing in the morning before students have the chance to dirty up all the spaces, which happens every day.
Yep. Any questions or comments on that?
No.
This will come
Excited
to
to
us in later in the month.
We are still targeting an April recommendation to approve a contract for a provider to start June 1st.
June 1st. Okay. All right. And then what you mentioned before, the 10-year health and safety survey at VHHS.
Just a bi-monthly update, that I'm just had on there. Everything on there is either complete or scheduled to be complete with the bid. So we'll be happy once that project is done that we could show, because you had a year to do all that stuff. And so we anticipate having those things done within the time frame. And then you have to do reporting back to the state and all those kinds of things. Then we'll have to start looking at the B items, which you have 3 to 5 years, 5 years to do the B items.
Okay. Any other questions on that? Comments? Okay. Future agenda items. We got our long list there. Anything missing? Anything we want to add?
Cafeteria update?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yep. Sorry, I forgot we have the special meeting, which will have some information. I'm working on a more comprehensive update on the LHS cafeteria. So yes, we will have that information.
Okay. Anything else for the good of the cause? Okay, I'm going to use this thing and adjourn the facilities and finance meeting. There you go.
You did that with authority.
I did.
Okay.
Like your guy.
No, thank you. I'm going to do without it. We are going to roll right into the special meeting. Could we please have, oh, sorry, Carol, let me know when you're ready. I'm taking the under.
She's ready.
Great. Okay, so it's 9:57. I'm going to call to order the special meeting. We're going to begin with a roll call, please.
Jim Batson.
Here.
Kara Benjamin.
Here.
Don Carmichael.
Here.
Cara Drumkey.
Here.
Lisa Hessel.
Here.
Middleish Cotwall.
Here.
Sonal Kulkarni.
Here.
Thank you. We note all members present. At this time, I'd like to extend an invitation for public comment for anybody who wishes to address the board for the purpose of the special meeting. Seeing none, we will move right along. Tonight, we have 2 items for action. They're both bid approvals for summer work that's going to be done, after which we will convene in executive session. This closed session will be for the purpose to discuss employment of employees under 5 ILCS 120/2C1, as well as collective negotiating matters under 5 ILCS 120/2C2. After that, we will reconvene in open session. We will take action on an item to terminate a probationary teacher, and then we will move to adjourn. So heading back up to the items for action, we will start with item A, bid approval, asbestos abatement for LHS, bathroom renovations.
So this is really due to timeliness. Part of the cafeteria project was to renovate some bathrooms that are right across from it. They've been working on the scope and bidding that out. It's not something that we can wait until the April board meeting. So this is part of why we wanted this special meeting, so that we can approve this and move this out or move this along. So there's 2 parts, these asbestos abatement and then the actual renovation itself. The asbestos abatement, we had 8 bids. Do you have the details, Mark? Mine's a little slow here. 8 bids. The low bid, Kinsale, 89,440. So it's great to have 8 bidders, really competitive, which is fantastic. And then Well, that's the asbestos abatement.
And is this a bidder that you're recommending that we've worked with in the past for the many asbestos abatements we've done, or is this a new vendor?
I couldn't understand.
Is this a new vendor or have we worked with this vendor in the past?
Kinsale, I believe years ago, they were a vendor of ours.
But Gilbane is also part of vetting this out, and so Gilbane, no, not
Actually,
Gilbane.
no, Gilbane, no,
Not
this is
Gilbane,
all
it's,
in-house with
PSI.
PSI, our contractor.
Sorry, PSI.
Great.
So
When
this
do we
is-
expect, oh, sorry, when do we expect the work to be done to start with this before the renovations can happen?
The work on the abatement in the washrooms will start on the Friday, the 25th, the day after graduation. We'll shut it down, get it abated, so construction can start the first week in June. So certain processes to get through. The second phase will be the cafeteria eating area for the students. We have to bake that whole floor. Timing wise, it needs to be done this summer. So we did full investigation in the eating area. There's nothing above the ceiling. Everything's negative. It's just a floor. So we're going to take the floor out, grind it down. We'll seal it, maybe stain it a color in the sealer to get us through for 1 year eating in the cafeteria. So that's the total cost of the 89,440.
Great. Can we have a motion to approve the bid for asbestos abatement with Kinsale in the amount of $89,440, please?
Carmichael, so moved.
Thank you.
Batson second.
Second, any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Batson.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Cotwall.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to item B, bid approval for the LHS bathroom renovation.
Sure. So Gilbane went out to bid for us with every package that is listed in for all the trades. We had several bids for number of bids for each one except for electrical, which fortunately there's not a lot of electrical work involved in here. So they've vetted all the contractors, made sure that everything on their list was included in their bid, and total price to complete the project for the summer for trades is $901,920. Ask the board to make a motion to approve Gilbane's recommendation for RTA 1.
And I couldn't tell, the alternate was not recommended? There was an alternate bid description with a concrete sealer at cafeteria for $28,500. That's not part of the motion. That's not part of the action that we're taking here.
At this time, that is an estimate. We haven't gotten prices for it yet.
I see.
So
Okay, thank you for
it's going to be an alternate. Yeah, we'll bring that at a different
Separate.
time.
We'll bring that separate.
Just to make you aware, we're abating the floor, then we need to seal it. So we can clean it instead of having raw concrete, so we can clean it, all year long. We can run our machines and scrub the floor.
Great. And what was budgeted for this aspect?
It wasn't split out particularly for this space, so it
I
was
see.
kind of holistically all
Okay.
part of the same
So
thing.
part of our 15 million.
Roughly 50, yeah, slightly different number now. We'll talk.
Okay. In that case, we're looking for a motion to approve the bids listed for the LHS bathroom renovation for a total of $901,920.
Batson, so moved.
Carmichael, second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Cotwall.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Batson.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. We are now looking for a motion to convene in closed session to discuss employment of employees under Code 5 ILCS 120/2C1, as well as collective negotiating matters under 5 ILCS 120/2C2.
Carmichael, so moved.
Batson, second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Carmichael,
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel,
Aye.
Cotwall,
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Batson,
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. We are convened in closed session. Are we relocating?
Yeah.
New library.
Thank you. We just have to wait for Carol also, so you have more than 10 seconds.
I'm ready.
Okay, so we have now returned. I would like to ask for a motion and a second to return to open session at 11:42 PM.
Carmichael, move to return to open session.
Batson,
Benjamin?
second.
Thank you. Voice vote, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Now I'd like to ask for a motion and a second to terminate probationary teacher Courtney Randall effective April 15th, 2024, for reasons discussed in closed session.
Wait a second. Oh, wait, sorry. I just have to type that in here, motion.
So for the first motion, I'd like to ask for someone to
Okay.
say so moved.
You just got to wait for Carol.
Yeah, we're just waiting.
She told us to wait.
I must have fallen asleep.
Okay, I got it.
Batson, so moved.
Drumkey, second.
Thank you. Roll call, please, whenever you're ready.
Okay, oh. Yeah, that- oh. Yes, sorry. Drumkey,
Aye.
Hessel,
Aye.
Cotwall,
Aye.
Kulkarni,
Aye.
Batson,
Aye.
Benjamin,
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. Now I'd like to ask for a motion and a second to adjourn the board meeting at
Carmichael?
11:43 PM.
Motion to adjourn.
Batson, second.
Voice vote, all in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everyone.